Party people in the place to be, live from 58 Dream Street. We're James with Games. Happy Sunday, folks. Back in the uncanny valley of being mustacheless, but I guess I'm gonna have to get used to it. And I suppose so will you, by extension. Probably easier for you than me. Who knows? At some point I got to think about, do I redraw my little pixel art head there? Or do I just say, nah, my ideal self, my platonic form does have a mustache? I don't know. These are problems for another day. Our problem today is the same problem we've had for our whole Disco Elysium playthrough. How are we going to get this corpse down, this disgusting, revolting corpse? Hanging from a tree. Cedric in the house, welcome, happy Sunday. Hanging in a tree behind the, I can't remember the name of the inn in Martinez. Well, maybe we're finally going to get some headway on that. But for now, we can only be hopeful that that's the case. Disco Elysium. Been having a great time with this game so far, and I expect that that's going to continue today. So, without any further ado, actually one little bit of ado, every now and then I notice, I must have deleted something because my recycle bin has items in it. Well, they're gone now. Okay, let's fire it up. Take a minute here just to get everything set. Bum. And we might have to mess with the audio levels a bit. But before long, we'll be good to go. Just waiting here for the game to load. All right, here it comes. I think we got to get into the game to find out. I don't think I can rely on the audio levels of this intro. It's a beautiful title screen, though. The kind of washed out, like the art style is perfect for it's the perfect marriage of form and content, I think. Just these images really feel, I don't know, feels like Martinez should be drawn like this. Here we go. So when last we left our guy, who we probably can't reasonably classify as a hero, but who is doing his best as far as we know. When last we left our guy, we'd stumbled into the pawn shop, which I hadn't gone into before, which allowed us to get some new information about my gun. Namely, that I pawned it, and it's been purchased. I've asked at the pawn shop, and he confirmed it was some woman took my thing. And she's purchased the gun that I pawned after threatening to kill myself if the guy wouldn't buy my gun because he didn't want to buy it. And now, well, we have no additional lead except it's some woman. Juffawat, welcome. On the note of Juffawat, geez, I got to pay more attention to if there's a Free Stars Children of Light release date yet, because I got to figure out, I got to plan my time carefully if I want to finish Star Control 3 before the true sequel to Star Control 2 comes out. Maybe it's unfair to use that terminology. Let me know how the levels are, by the way. I might turn it down a little bit in my own ear, but that doesn't affect your experience. Hey, you know what? Early 2026 and late 2025 are both music to my ears. I can definitely finish the game in that amount of time. Yep. I'm in no rush. I have no intention of dying, and otherwise I can be patient. There's too many video games to play. Okay, so what I am trying to do, and we have to be very, very careful and clear about what I'm saying here. We are trying to internalize race science and an ideological perversion of science that pretty much originated at the same time as the scientific method in the West, that holds a whole bunch of things that are not true about people. Why would we try to internalize this if I'm saying it's not true? Well, not because we think maybe it is true and we want to learn it, or because we think it's good in any way, but because we want to take advantage of an asshole racist, specifically Measurehead, so named. He got that nickname because he loves the calipers. Maybe 2051 or 2151 or something, but this guy is he is still sold on the 1800s methods of figuring out who's good and who's bad. We want Measurehead to do something for us, namely help us cut that corpse down. Well, in 5 minutes, maybe we know enough to sell ourselves to him as degraded but sincerely racist people. Fingers crossed, I guess. Frustratingly, I have a separate thing where I'm trying to find a replacement metal ball for some veterans whose game I ruined by mistake. And it looks like there's a bowl of them, but it doesn't seem to be an actually interactable object. Hey, Kim, do you have any new thoughts?
Yes.
Well, I could try to get into the sad conversation. I think I'll wait a little bit. See if I can get one more +1 on this. Or maybe even level up my logic, although I don't think logic is my upcoming... I don't think that's my next level up. So right now, our primary goal is to pass 5 minutes of time. This is extra good because the in-game time seems to go pretty slow in this game, so it's still day one. It's the evening, but it's still day one. We got a couple days, I think, to deal with the lorry case. The lorry driver who is smuggling drugs. We have a theory. We know who it is. It's some lady. However, 2 of the lorry drivers could possibly give me the lead on her. One of them is this fella, a cool guy who we like, who has said, listen, man, I don't want to be a snitch. And so, accordingly, if we pressure him into doing it, he'll do it. But it'll ruin the fact that we had a pretty good rapport with this cool guy. Meanwhile, we have this guy, known only as Racist Lorry Driver. He's not in the Measurehead mode of things. He's an unreconstructed, just bigoted dude. Non-ideological, I suppose. He also knows I could possibly intimidate it out of him, but I don't have much in my half-light skill, which is right here. This is the intimidation skill, and I need to increase it again before I can try to intimidate him again and hopefully succeed. I have a physique bonus, which raises my base. I don't know how long that's going to last because I got it from drinking alcohol, which I probably shouldn't have done, but it's too late. We've made our choices. We have to live with them. So even with an extra level up in this, there's no guarantee I'll succeed in intimidating him. And at some point I might have to break down and ruin my friendship with this dude. I'm hoping to, I don't know, maybe I'll acquire some gear that makes me more intimidating. Like some cool shades or boxing gloves or something. Who knows? Now, what activities cause time to pass in this game? I don't know that walking around even has anything to do with the passage of time. But I'm curious. So I'm not going to do anything for a minute here besides walk around and see if that clock advances at all. I think that time's passage... I think what my dude, whose name might be Harry, but I'm not sure, his big problem about being intimidating with boxing gloves is the reason that boxing gloves could potentially make someone intimidating is because you can punch harder and more often. But I think you need to, in the first place, seem like a guy who can throw a good punch for that to work. I don't think that walking around advances time at all. Let's see, what about revisiting conversations we've already had? Oh, we have some dialogue options we haven't used with Annette. Let's talk to her about the different books they sell. Now, hold on a second. You said one of the things you're doing here is crime? I don't know if you know this young lady, but I'm a police officer.
It's about murders
fiction.
or burglaries or things like that. And the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Oh yeah, I get it. Crime, murder, gets the people going. It's exciting. In a controlled environment.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself, by the way, in case you really believe that all the police are good guys. Because obviously, as you can see, I'm a piece of shit. Wait, I'm trying not to do this to people. I'm sorry.
You don't look much like a policeman.
Oh, yeah? My liver looks like a policeman's liver. What does a cop look like to you?
Didn't mean to offend, sir.
Oh, I'm not
Sorry,
offended.
Sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Oh, yeah. No. She points to a book cover, on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. Oh, Annette, though. It's not actually your body that's important in police work anyway. You can do whatever you want to your body. It's your,
Head? Yes.
No, it's your soul. Your blue soul.
No, soul. The intangible thing that's in here. That Mullen guy, he looks like a Hampelman. I mean, who could respect that face? Not even drawn correctly. This guy lacks soul.
I'm not sure I understand.
Policeman's got to have the right stuff, an ingrained sense of the law. No one's going to follow a weakling like Mullen.
If you say so, sir.
Hey, I got
He's
experience.
just a fictional character. He's no match for your soul.
Yeah, that's right. I think she's making fun of me, but it's okay.
Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Okay, let's try this. It's not great odds, but I know she's cold. She's afraid of some curse. I'm going to deduce something right now. Maybe. Let's try this.
You fail to deduce anything substantial. She waits intently.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Annette. My soul let me down.
It's okay, sir.
I can't deduce anything. She was briefly disappointed, but hopefully later maybe I can impress her someday. Oof. Yeah, geez. Whoever I am not capable of really impressing children. So far, at least. What about the romance? Although, oh man, we don't want to get me started on that. But what do you think of romance, Annette?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady
Oh,
and she has to choose
hold on.
between the good man and the bad man.
Hold on, Annette. I think I'm starting to do something about your brain pan and the shape of it might say about your intellectual capacity. She smiles at the thought, perhaps imagining herself in the situation.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
Is it ever a romance where they're all just poor and just love gets them by? Love will keep them together? Their love may not pay the rent, but...
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Yeah, sometimes an author's got to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
That's fair. Does a poor man ever get a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see. There's a lot of ideological assumptions underpinning the romance genre, is what you're saying.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
Is the lady ever choosing between two bad men?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
What if it's really well written?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
Yeah, like what if she makes that choice, she throws herself in front of a train? Could be compelling. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. Ever read a book? Are the romance books where it's just not, at the end they don't get on? They both realize just they're two different people? Maybe they remain friends?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Yeah, maybe I will.
I'm sure she can help out. Anything else you're curious about?
No, that's enough romance
Maybe
for me.
some about other books?
Not for now. Maybe I'll come back if I'm feeling more up to figuring something out about you. But I'll see you around, Annette. You take care. What's going on in my brain?
Race theory.
Horrible.
Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
Gross. So now, my learning cap for rhetoric is raised to a 5 because you got to really have some rhetorical skill to sell people on the idea that you are an intelligent scientist. But everything you say is actually racist bullshit. But if you do it just right, you get a glowing maybe not glowing, but a fairly complimentary interview profile in the New York Times, where they do a glam photo shoot with you, where they encourage you to disguise your weak chin so you look badass. I gotta be careful here. Jeff Bezos is gonna label it. It'd be like, you didn't label this a political stream. +1 to my conceptualization, because I perceive that the mystery is mostly aesthetic. Okay, cool. Well, I am that much better at some things. And let's see. I have no capacity to forget things, and so until I use a level up to buy a new thought space, jeez, that's how this works, right? Yeah. Until I do that, or until I develop whatever ability, how do I forget things? Requires skill points. Okay. Well, we'll start by unlocking more before we start unlocking how to forget things. Although at some point I might feel really good about forgetting advanced race theory. But hey, I'm that much better at conceptualization. I've got items that help. Which of my gear is helping me with the conceptualization? I'm not wearing any glasses. Ah, my white satin shirt. Yeah. Well, all science fiction is meant to be a commentary on the present. So I guess you do have to make racism a bit OP. Ah, what a world. It's getting late. I don't have anywhere to live. I haven't required money. I don't know what that's going to cause to happen. But we'll cross that bridge when it comes. After 9 p.m., we do want to go and try to talk to our young man who lied to me about his name. But we know where he lives, so what good are his lies in that regard? Yeah. Well, I mean, I do know one thing, which is that if I had done a physique-based character, I can deal with the Measurehead situation by giving a good old spin kick to the head. Which reminds me of a young man who I don't know, but who I know through somebody else, who's a very talented athlete, not the brightest guy, kind of had a good heart. But he was also a very, very skilled martial artist. And so once he got into a situation in a bar where 3 dudes were trying to be jerks to him and he wouldn't take it because of his innate sense of honor. And so they're like, let's take this outside. And he went outside with them. And the big guy squared up to him. And he just did a high kick right to the side of his head and just knocked him unconscious in a single blow, which you shouldn't do. Don't get into fights, even if you are capable of winning them, if you can help it. But when asked to explain himself later, he said, if you're going to talk to me like this, you're getting a head kick. I'm sorry, but okay. Oh, you say I'm unpromising, Measurehead, and I understand why. I've got the sloping forehead, the prominent brow of an Irishman. Yes, now that's true. So, like, if you have the flexibility and the other skills involved to just open the fight with a head kick, then if it's not possible to avoid the situation, that's probably what you should do. I think I understand the race enigma, Measurehead.
And
Hold on a second. I have to do this? Okay. Well, I think it's the suck up option is the one I'll go with. Not Kim, looking over my shoulder, Lieutenant, not because I believe this shit. Well, I mean, this dump is ready. I mean, look around. We should be superseded any day now by the Areopagite superstate. I could be a clerk in your administration. Maybe you need a cop. Obviously, I can't be, part of the ruling class. Just genetically unpredisposed to that. But, right? Huh?
everyone can see that. It has little to do with the race enigma.
Oh.
Baby, don't be mean. Give him another chance.
Hey, yeah, listen to her.
Anything for you, babe.
Okay. Like, none of the rest of these seem like good sucking up options. This part is at least partially true. It's not fully true. Sometimes people, all the social issues are just distractions. No. Some of the rich people are deeply, deeply invested in their various social issues. And especially nowadays, when some of our most prominent rich people have hooked themselves 24/7 to the brain poison machine while recreationally abusing ketamine. They come up with they get into this kind of shit. But yeah, don't want to say this to them. Paradoxically, the enigma is that you are going to use the race theory of the Occidentals in order to supersede them.
Look, babe. The mignon of law is also a racist. But his racism is basic and rote. He thinks he has solved the great race enigma by describing a road mechanism of scientific competition.
No, hold on.
So unadvanced.
Well, what am I supposed to do here? I'm a decadent Occidental.
The basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum are the sole authors of race theory. An esoteric study reaching back to the ancient mass society of Pericarnassus over 4,500 years ago.
Tell me more.
Basic racist, I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bad, like a little boy who wants to go on the potty. I can press the button for you.
It will open the door.
That's all I wanted, Measurehead. I was actually also hoping, because you're a big guy, you come get the corpse down, but maybe some of the other dock workers can do that. I don't know. This is a whole fraught situation.
Very well. You may enter the door once.
He punches the button with his fist.
Here has concluded.
Finally. Let's go.
All right. Great talk. Yes, ladies. We should all try to be like Measurehead. And now, wait until I'm far enough away. Not. You heard that part, right, Lieutenant? We played him like a fool. Hey, where's the alcohol button? You know what? If it's not there, that's great. Okay, wait. Where's the gate? The gate's not... Oh, I thought the gate was here. Was the gate up there? I guess it would make sense. Measurehead's the guard of the gate. So perhaps it's past him. Fortunately, as we know, walking around doesn't seem to affect the passage of time, as we've learned. No, can't walk past him. Temporarily deeply confused. Okay. It's okay. This is something we can figure out. What's this door? Probably just locked. No. Huh. I don't know what this place is or why I'm here, but I suppose as long as we're here, we might as well look at everything. Every worker, member of the board. And at the bottom, the union logo and demand democracy. This is a Dewey typewriter. The model name's on the back. Radio's emitting strange buzzing sounds. Welcome, Coldot. What
On
is this?
second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
What a shame.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks.
It's a damn shame, Lieutenant.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders.
Oh, those races could get a lot less wacky if you don't police that distinction carefully. And now, what a shame, Lieutenant. The drawer is popped right open. And the folders are being leafed through.
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara.
And
the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol, Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
kind of seems like how your business is supposed to run when you're the doc. But anything interesting?
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
All right. I feel like there's a 58% chance that I can hunker down and do this. I've had terrible luck with the 58% checks. But maybe that just means it's been a cold streak and it's about to get hot.
Look how blurry
No.
all the lines on these papers are.
I can't do
How
anything.
unwieldy your own willpower is
Useless.
to yourself.
Piece of shit.
You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing.
Man, I suck, Lieutenant. Sorry, almost called you doctor because I'm a fucking idiot. I should have a drink.
Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
Is there a way to free my... Maybe this is like 3D art. Can I focus through not focusing?
You're a police officer, not a spiritual healer. You can focus the normal way by turning your attention to something and not letting go.
Oh, but I don't want to. What if I... Okay, completely unfocused and just let it all blur together.
Is that what you're doing with those photos over there?
No, of course not.
Good. This is probably not relevant to our case anyway. After all, we are not investigating an accounting mystery.
But you never know, Lieutenant. Okay. I can do this.
Whatever's hidden here is
Huzzah.
hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
I think you're right about the accounting stuff, Lieutenant, but what about this?
It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners.
Never mind. I think this is a bust, Lieutenant.
All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Huh? It's a to-do list of errands for Evrart.
Evrart Claire, probably. The head of the Debarders Union.
Yes,
One
thank
of
you,
his
Lieutenant.
aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
I don't know, though. Hold on.
Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes,
Yeah.
special all items on the
Yeah.
list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Yeah. I think you're right, Lieutenant. Okay. Well, maybe we'll be more responsible here than Union was. Let's actually close their door for them.
The drawer slides shut smoothly.
But where the fuck is the gate? Hey, the coffee machine's on. Does that coffee look sentient to you, Lieutenant? No, that doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. Forget that I said that, please. What's this? Ooh. No. I'm gonna have a little bit of dignity and not steal this postcard to pawn the stamp or whatever. If only I had put more points into anagram deciphering. I absolutely will be stealing this magnesium. In fact, let me just inhale it immediately. Hail, British! Feel just a little bit better. Okay. That's neat. But it also just feels tacky to be going through here and stealing shit in front of my cop colleague. But what's this? La fumée. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at this.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Why Friesel, though?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Yes, right. I get it. Okay, let's flip the pages.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white.
Sounds horrible. I bet it's all justified, too.
After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Well, let's check it out.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée. Unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel, La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers.
Ah, yes.
So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Fair request, I suppose. Kim. No. All right. No, all right. Kim. I think this is a commie rag.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
Yeah.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Hey, Abra. Let's see what they mean by local concerns.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Fair.
You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta.
Ah, yes.
Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Now, I hope, Lieutenant Kim, that there's no law against expressing social democratic ideas, but like, what if labor and capital could reach some sort of reasonable accommodation?
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition.
Right.
Why do communists love puerile insults? And they wonder why they're always being left out in the cold.
What's this about a coalition?
Judging from the context, it's something very large and fundamental. You should probably know about it already, honestly.
And I would, if I wasn't a friggin' alcoholic piece of
You
shit.
flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
All right, that's enough reading. I'm getting a headache. Whoops. Okay. What do we got here? Some kind of...
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike. Use...
Okay, I don't think I need anything there. Where do these stairs go? Oh, is this where we get to the gate, maybe? Let's find out. What's this down here? It's a rainwater bin. Makes sense. All around you. Great machines and quiescence. Alright. I'm on the right track. Composite eye of halogen lights watches you, emitting a low buzz. White pine trees are printed on the screen covering. Looks like a forest under snow. Where am I going? What's going on here? I have to walk all the way over here to have whatever thought I'm going to have when I get there. You coming, Kim? Ooh, a yellow thing. What does that mean? See faded industrial lettering on the platform. Gewalsend. Alright, here comes the lieutenant. Oh, sweet. Money. Gewalsend. Oh, that means whale fjord in the Ardan tongue. I don't know how I know that, but I'm proud of myself. Hold on, hold on. Man, it's just weird how quiet the shipyard is, huh, Kim? Oh, hey, a treasure chest. Let's loot it. Musk and oil of oil and rust comes from the chasm in front of you. It smells like blood. Nasty. Well, this lockbox seems to be locked. Is this the gate that opened? I don't know. What's this? Industrial-sized thermos. Smells like burnt coffee. Or wait, is this inside a shipping crate? Yeah. What is this place? No? I don't know. Coffee in the thermos is still lukewarm. Stair made of pallets leading up. Okay, we're somewhere.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you.
Hey. Well, he's less physically intimidating than a walrus. Walrus is a terrifying beast.
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says
Yeah.
nothing. He simply
Like-
stares at you.
A walrus wouldn't even expend great effort in crushing every bone in my body. Hey. You're, Evrart?
Welcome,
You're in charge
Mr.
here?
Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
He gestures to a single, tiny chair opposite his giant desk. We'll stand.
I'm Evrart Claire, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
And he relaxes into his chair. So what would he go all that great effort for anyway? And he continues.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
Sure.
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
That's a little whiny. It's not that bad. I'm not going to sit in it.
You go ahead, detective.
Oh. Oh. You're too kind, Lieutenant.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Hold on. Oh. I'm Mr. Dubois. Yeah, okay. There's no reason to antagonize this guy. I'll take a seat. You know what? No. Kim expressed disappointment when I didn't keep someone off balance. I'd rather stand, if you don't mind.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
He's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense. Don't give him the pleasure.
I don't really sit. It's kind of my thing. I'm a standing guy. I've got these cool shoes. 2 of them that I love to have on my feet.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions.
As he nods, his multiple chins move like ocean waves.
I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level.
Well, hold on here. I could squat.
Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Turns back to the typewriter.
You're no Titan of Elysium, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Well, that's a shame. Bad roll. Fine. Fine. Fine.
Excellent,
sit.
Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
I'll do the Lucille Bluth.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
Well, to begin with, you could... My name actually Dubois. How do you know that I'm with the RCM? Do you have my gun and or badge? Do you know who did this crime? I don't know where to begin.
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Jeez. Just excuse me a minute while I take some pain pills. Okay.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners. It pains me to say.
On the one hand, yes. On the other hand, not undeserved.
This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It's absolutely comically huge. He's bribing me with the money I need.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Shouldn't do this. Or should I? What will Lieutenant Kim... Lieutenant Kim, what's your position on me taking a bribe from the head of the union?
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good.
Lava syrup!
You
Hello.
need it.
We made it in. We've met Evrart. Well, we're meeting him as we speak. Happy Sunday. Let's put off the moment of decision. You know Gart?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
Well, why would he have a union man in him? He's not a dock worker.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Well, it's been implied by Evrart that my first name is Dubois. Separately, my own meta knowledge of the game suggests to me that my first name is Harry, but I'm not sure that's true. So maybe Harry Dubois. All right. I'm being called to. Excuse me just a minute, gang. I'll be right back with you. Okay, we're back. Got to put off the decision here for a moment. My internal sense of drama tells me to at least not thank him for it. Is that wise? Take the check, just don't say anything. I mean, I need somewhere to stay. And also we want to get in with this guy. Kim will understand. Will he? I don't know.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No.
That's cool.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
How about that? Well, No, hold on. We're not excusing the 19th century race science. We're faking it to take advantage of people, which is my underlying theory here. I don't know if the game lets me play it that way. But I'll say this: if I was an elected official and some dude game was like, oh, I'm gonna leave this briefcase of money and then you vote for this development project or whatever, I'd just take the money and then vote the way I was gonna vote anyway. What's he gonna do? Unless it's like the mob, then they'll kill me. But like, he's gotta like call the newspaper and be like, I got a story for you. I tried to bribe this guy and he didn't do it.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun.
Hopefully, like, it's a brittle check. You can't even just fold it up and put it in your pocket. You got to carry it around with you. Like, look, everyone, I have this big check from Evrart.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
I'm not worried. I got this. We have leads.
Are you all right, Harry?
Harry?
You say you got this, but you seem a little anxious to me.
No,
Don't
I'm
be.
just
Everything's
not
going
anxious.
to
I
be
just
all
kind of
right.
feel... Is it hot in here?
It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now,
No.
pointing it into their own mouths.
I know that.
It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Kim, did you want to... You have anything to...
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Claire's help with this.
You're right. That's what I said. That's what I was saying.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Oh, I don't even get a bonus for that? Okay. Calm blue ocean. Picturing the waves of the calm blue ocean.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
No. Not about to cry. I didn't lose my gun. I know that I pawned it. I just pawned it. I didn't lose my gun. I'm not that bad of a cop. I pawned it to a responsible vendor. I'm not going to cry.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
Yes, I'm very aware of that. Both from every time I've walked past a mirror and also how I feel inside and also the look on every person's face when they look at me.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down.
Okay.
Chill.
Okay, but I'm not going to drink. I'm going to pop a little magnesium. Just hold on a second here. Oh, okay.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
Did you... The large man snaps his fingers, but to no effect. You're in some stupor. Just... maybe this chair is more comfortable than I think. I'll just keep...
While Evrart is distracted by your odd behavior, the lieutenant's eyes are mapping everything around you.
Okay, good.
The folder,
I'm doing what the
desk,
lieutenant wants.
papers on the wall.
Thank goodness for my esprit de corps.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Glazo, you know what? If you could go in the other room and like make some coffee and maybe put on some music and not come back till you've made the coffee?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
No, you know what? Actually, no, because this chair is kind of uncomfortable here, and like that glass of water. Hold on. Let me. Rego death. Well, hey, I know that I'm Harry, and not just Harry. I'm Officer Harry Dubois of the RCP, and we made it into the dock, and And I'm not freaking out at all. I could use a glass of water, but I'm cool. I'm cool. Don't worry about me. I'm not freaking out.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're
Should have kept
wasting our
sliding.
time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as
No.
I'm sure you are too.
No, you offered me a glass of water, man. Or, I mean, I see you've got some kind of fancy bottle there. I mean, I'll drink whatever's
Okay,
being...
enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Oh, shit. Lieutenant's right.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
Yeah. That's the key. That's the ticket.
It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself.
Yeah.
Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Are you not even going to ask me how I got in?
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil.
It was a tactic. I needed to get in somehow. It's not like I'm a racist now.
Of course, Harry, of course. You're not some kind of a fantastic racist now.
No.
And rest assured, no one's gonna hear about it.
He winks at me. I'll wink back.
No one's gonna know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me. Word of how racy it got will never leave Martinez.
Alright, listen, man. Maybe if my parents had paid for those kung fu classes I wanted when I was a kid, I could have just spin kicked them. But we all got our burdens.
Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Well, ultimately, I mean, I want to talk about the hanging here.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about.
Got a skill
Honestly,
point.
It's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
Since there's a butt coming?
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Oh, for sure. I've seen this portrait a lot. For what are now obvious reasons. I mean, it was actually kind of obvious before. I figured he was a significant character in the story. Yeah. But...
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
I mean, I've opened a few doors in my life.
And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors, Harry. This really is very simple, and there's nothing shady about it.
I can't believe I need a skill check to determine if there's actually nothing shady about what he's about to say, but okay.
The stars aligned into a cosmic frown here. He has your fate decided. Bide your time, however, and let the stars continue their course, and that frown shall turn into a smile. Only if you play along.
But why don't you open that door yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do.
He slams
You
his
look
fist
like
together.
You could run around all day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sure. That's definitely how people say I look.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
Whose door are we talking about?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
Thought weasels lived in like burrows or something? I don't know. Not a biologist. But what do you mean by weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly.
He removes his glasses and rubs his nose. We're certainly picking up some circumstantial evidence that Evrart and the Union might be involved in the existing murder.
Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
Okay, but, like, how do I even know you know anything about the hanging? I bet you don't.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
I can't do this. For now. For now, I'm saying no. For now, my answer is a firm no.
Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse, we won't be able to speak like equals about the murder.
Kim, are you sure that maybe this is one of those situations where it's okay for us to do jobs for somebody else? We'll be working for Joyce. If we work for the company and the union, it's like we're being neutral.
Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can always come back to me. I really hope you do. For your sake, my sake, and for your gun's sake too.
Yes, we both understand what you meant.
Thank you for that faith in me, Lieutenant.
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.
Could you help us get the body down at least?
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Just to be a good dude, right? Because you care about the community.
Mr. Claire, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder.
Let's just dive right in, Kim. Yes, Lieutenant, let's just go for this.
Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
You're a community leader. Help out the community.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values.
He likes his fat lips and smiles.
But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you.
He picks up the handset of a radio phone to his right and clicks a button.
Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And, Jean, please take it easy with the race science. He's had enough of that.
He hangs up and turns back to you. Ah, Jean-Luc is Measurehead. Hey, you know what? Thanks, Evrart, for thanks for that, at least. Even though you're gonna tell everybody else that I'm a racist.
You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you.
What a guy! What a guy! What a guy! I met Joyce.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along.
Oh, like gangbusters. Kind of seems like you're on you don't want to talk to the company. You're on strike. Trying to maybe there's something more afoot here.
One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Just pals.
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez here.
Smile
Don't
widens.
feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you get that nasty body down from the tree. I'm not a jealous guy.
Great, great, awesome.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
Yeah. So then, why haven't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
It sounds like a flawed negotiation tactic, to be honest. I would much prefer to negotiate with a bad negotiator. But hey, who knows?
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Yes. No, thank you, Brain. Thank you, Volition, for helping me out there. So what about Mr. Gaumont, the previous negotiator? Was he any good? What happened to him anyway?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
Yeah, but he made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family.
He looks down in
God
size.
knows how long he's got left.
And you called him an offensive term for a little person.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this?
I guess it's hearsay.
Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
Righto. Well, I mean, Joyce said that the previous union leader before you vanished under suspicious circumstances.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
And then she vanished?
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Huh, that's funny. Because when Joyce told me the story, there was no casserole.
Harry, Harry, Harry.
Flicks his fingers.
Fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
Yes.
That much is true. His heart truly is in it, though you wouldn't think so by looking at him.
No, but we get... This is a committed guy. He knows what he wants and
Spilled
just had to
blood
get
you're
it.
looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor now.
Okay, well, want to talk about something else?
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time.
Great.
It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization.
Well, I guess in some sense I'm happy to hear that.
I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is
Makes an
secret.
all-encompassing gesture. It's secret. So, more than anything, though, what this says to me is that it's not a transparent organization. Rather, it's a deceptive organization putting up a front.
Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Evrart doesn't mind.
Why are you talking about yourself in the third person now?
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Yeah, and sometimes we get experience points when we do that. So, Kim thinks I should reconsider. Measurehead said he'll never let me back in, although I suspect that's not true. Well, if worse comes to worse and I have to revert a save, for now, I don't want to do that, so I'm going to try not to. But for now, I'm going to take it on faith and say, okay, I will be able to get back in here, and maybe we'll humble ourselves and accept a job from Evrart. All right, I'm going to leave now, but we'll talk again later.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Oh, thanks. I was wondering how I was supposed to get out, because Measurehead said, Jean-Luc said, only one press of the button.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
And you as well, Evrart. Thanks for letting me sit in this horrible chair. Where's the... Oh, is it a tool? Is it hypothetical? Did I auto-equip it? I guess it's a hypothetical item. Or is... No, because this is... Okay. Well. Hey. Moment of truth. Drawing near. We're actually going to get the thing out of there. Corpse out of the tree. But okay, so. Updated. The map is updated. We don't have a map to look at it on. Alright. Measurehead, or Jean-Luc, whatever you want to call him, is going to help us out. I gotta decide, do I want to use this experience point to... Oh no, my alcohol bonus is worn off. Oh no. Do I take another sip of alcohol and then level this up and then roll the dice on actually intimidating the racist lorry driver? Maybe I put that off. Maybe we kick that can. Let's get out of here. Cool office, by the way, Leclerc. What a cool game. Having a great time with this so far. Definitely was the right call to do the season break on Ultima 7 Part 2 Serpentile. Rather than, and you know, do this now instead of slogging through the second half of that game, probably enjoying it less than I could otherwise, and putting this off at the same time. Oh, whoops. I was misreading the screen there. The load screen was advising me, don't be afraid to say weird things. I should have kept melting into the chair to see if I could keep Evrart even more off his game. I do not quiver before Measurehead, girl. Hey, Jean-Luc.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Well, honestly, I'm glad that you consider me unpromising in that regard. But we both know, I bet all these ladies heard too, that Evrart told you, help us get this corpse down.
So it was. My unpromising race pupil entered the harbor and used my superior to give me orders. I salute your cunning and will remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
I don't know if it was even all that cunning, because I didn't mention your name.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
Yeah, he's a sweet guy.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you.
He turns to the lieutenant.
Both of you.
Why?
That would mean you're openly showing the people that you're taking the Union's side.
Lieutenant, what do you think?
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
As long as you're okay with it.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
Hey, did you hear that, Lieutenant Kim? That'd be pretty cool. Good for you, buddy. Okay. Hang in.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
Oh, come on. What happened to the honor system? I hope I don't miss my window and have to wait until past 9 on day 2 to go talk to the young man. Oh, whatever. If it happens, it happens.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
I mean, listen, I can't deny it. The man's got cakes on him.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
Yeah. We're the law around here. Nah. I'm not gonna try to bullshit. We're just trying to keep things from going to shit.
Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit? I'm Katya, by the way.
Well, yes. All the time. I'm constantly thinking that. Especially when I have a gun that I can stick in my mouth to upset people.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
You think it's... You think that's Measurehead way over there? I mean, it could be. Oh, 1 second. Nope. Nope. Oh dear. Okay. I gotta figure something out here. Okay. With my phone. Mainly just my Discord notification settings, because my buddy, who we played Numenera with, just repurposed the Numenera Discord server that we were using to do something unrelated with some other people. And now I'm getting push notifications whenever one of them does a dice roll. He's probably breaking one of the branches of the tree.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
I don't. I've had more than enough of that dead body.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Evrat's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
No, this was barter.
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
You tell him, Kim. I'll work with whoever I want.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Cuno.
Then
The man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
yeah, Cuno must have loved the splatting sound the body made when it hit the ground.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
Yeah, there's been no side choosing here, Measurehead. We did what we had to do to keep order.
And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
I hate you, Jean-Luc. All right. Well, let's go over. Let's see what's going on over there. And it's just about to be 2100 hours, and we'll be right in the neighborhood. See if we can pop in on our pal. At some point, I got to figure out what do I do at night to. I mean, probably I just once this is done, we'll wrap up these tasks, and I'll go back and really compromise myself with this. Oh, you just wait, racist. Your turn's coming. Maybe tomorrow, I'll take another swig, a little more hair of the dog, and then level up my half-light and see if we can intimidate him. I don't know. It's the one, that check is the one thing where I've compromised myself and loaded a save to really no avail. It didn't work, so then I just carried right on. We'll talk to Cuno in a
The
minute.
corpse lies on the
Yeah.
ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Well, it's down.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised.
70
The victim
experience
is ready
points.
for a field autopsy.
A field autopsy, Lieutenant? Did I hear you correctly?
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3.
Right.
Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue.
Of course.
We are on number 3.
Yeah. Standard police procedure. Great. Great. Great.
The fuck are they on about?
Shut the fuck up, Cuno. No one's talking to you.
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
Okay. Affirmative. Let's get to work, Lieutenant.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Well, should we try to get his boots off? No, hold on. Let's... Tell me something, dead man. Speak to me through my garish necktie.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
No, that's
Come
enough.
back later, Corporal. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Well, if I have the force of will to not drink myself into a blackout sleep tonight, I bet I will see you in my dreams, if that comforts you. All right, is it more embarrassing to ask the lieutenant what a field autopsy is, or to dive in and possibly do the wrong thing first? I should ask. All right, how do we get started, Lieutenant? If I blacked out and forgot all the procedures here.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
All right, yeah. Let's get in there.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
All right.
I'll ask you when I need you to.
Yes.
For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes?
That sounds... I didn't want to ask, but that sounds so good, Lieutenant. Is it possible... Can I take the notes as long as I'm within shouting distance, or do you need me to stand here?
In your paperwork, officer, just fill out the field autopsy form.
He sighs, already expecting the answer. You're not going to believe this, Lieutenant. I think I've lost my paperwork.
Officer, what haven't you lost?
Got my disco trousers.
Yes, barely.
No, entirely. I mean, yeah, they're a little threadbare.
I can give you my paperwork. There's an autopsy form there.
Yeah.
Several, actually. But only if it helps move things along.
Yeah. I'm sorry I lost everything, Lieutenant.
Yes, well...
It's okay to cry, Runcuddy.
I'm not even going to acknowledge that. Let's work off yours for now.
Right. The autopsy form is near the end.
Okay. I'm not doing this. I'm too nice. Let's take a look. All right.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts.
Kim, can we start the autopsy by turning his head so he's not staring at me?
Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
Begin.
That's
Assistant.
you.
It's only the first question already. I don't know the answer, but I do know the answer. I guess I needed to use that option with Leclerc to nail down what my name is.
Not an energetic start to an autopsy, I agree.
Pig's messed up. Cuno feels pity.
It's not a proud moment, but thank you, Cuno.
Just leave it empty, officer.
All right.
The corpse lies there, indifferent to your retrograde amnesia. The next box says...
2. Coroner's case number...
KK57-0803.0815.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Next.
Write that down. Name, unknown.
NA.
Yeah.
Next.
Date of birth.
NA.
Yeah. So age, NA.
Roughly 50.
Tilde 50.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Oh, hey, I might be able to do this one. Race.
Mondial.
All right.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
But I'm not puking, so it's okay. Lieutenant, would it be juvenile of me to write yes, please for number 7?
Fucky!
Grow up, Cuno esse.
Male.
Yeah.
Pigs can have sex.
Male.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death?
We're still going with March 4th, 51.
All right. This seems like a really irresponsible. Maybe the form specifies day, month, year.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Box 11, Lieutenant. Evidence of treatment?
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
What exactly is treatment in this context, anyway?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
So shouldn't we be recording that, Cuno here's been pelting him with stones?
How did you not know that? Aren't you a cop? You're leaving a weak impression here. Say something sure-handed.
I'm not so sure. There's been no treatment here.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the corpse's chest, as if in preparation. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand
hold on a second,
to the
Lieutenant.
chest of a small corpse.
I'm
no larger
disassociating
than
here.
a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else.
Key part of any field autopsy. It's coming back to me. You gotta make sure they're dead.
And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today. 42 stations of breath.
Well, like 41. Like this one, we didn't find this today.
We should start the post-mortem.
All right, here I go. Turn the page.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Okay. External examination. Summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
Turns the body on its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Yeah, no. Sorry, Cuno. It's not going to happen.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more
The
lurid.
red-haired child. Let's not go dehumanizing people here. Let's write it
The rest
down.
of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
You sure we shouldn't just do it?
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
No, I don't. That's ridiculous. No. 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 That's the alcohol talking. No. I'm writing it down.
Tattoos.
Oh, I know about the tattoos. Should get a copy of this photograph.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white.
Possibly my worst ever pouring of water during a stream just now, but it's okay. Small splash on the floor. I'll deal with it next time there's an intermission. For another reason. Okay. The upper torso, single continuous. Yes, we know all about this.
The assistant has a color photograph of the markings to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene using a Trigat Mini. The
Writing it
deceased
down.
has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, yellow. Length, 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end.
Written down.
Well nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing.
Yeah.
Body
it's
hair
gold.
is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Hey. I got my problems, but at least we've got a full head of hair going. Talking about Harry Dubois, of course. I have not quite a full... you know what? Here's the thing. About to turn 40, and I think I was 24 when people started... When my hair thinned out a little bit on top, and people started going, you're going bald, you're going bald, you're going bald, you're going bald. But now I'm turning 40, you know? Okay.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Yeah, that was why I was a little confused about saying there was no treatment.
Fucking low velocity? You think Cuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Cuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Writing it down.
Get your mark.
The lieutenant produces a small folding knife. With the other hand pulling on the belt, he starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut. Yeah.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
It's probably a composure check.
You
No.
got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Hey, good thing we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now,
Well, I mean, as you know, Lieutenant, I was thinking about breaking into a vacant apartment for no reason I could really justify.
we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
Lieutenant, do you think could this man have been killed by birds? By scavenging birds? As much precision as I can. Are you sure you don't want to do the cut?
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
Oh, Cuno likes us.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Oh God! All right, look for a good spot to cut.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
Nope. Okay. Jeez, so I just gotta try this? If only I'd had a drink, I could level up my physical instrument a little more. Alright.
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already they're buried deep in the man's flesh. Then you rotate them to get a better hold. Then
Cedric? That would have been a great thought. I can't go to my gear, though, while I'm stuck within this. So fortunately, I don't have to regret that. Fuckity fuck.
the lieutenant looks by, somewhat worried as you summon power words to your aid.
Okay. Cut.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that buggery. Corpse fucking time.
You children.
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
Yeah. Absolutely,
He sinks
Lieutenant.
the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbow to his knee for precision.
Bracing yourself. I should have thought of that.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut, and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
That's quite a ligature mark. Eh, Lieutenant?
Here.
He hands the chain cutters back, kneels closer to the body, running his finger along the dark red groove until he comes to a gap.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
All right. My detective instincts are telling me, Lieutenant, this man was hanged.
Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
No comments from the peanut gallery.
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Yeah. Don't give him... No.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
This is a... I don't know if this... Okay. No, I'll just take my own look.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
Okay. I've got a much more... I can describe this more vividly now that I've looked for myself. I wonder how that's going to play into my dreams tonight.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
Noted.
Last item, hands.
Yeah, seriously. They're, oh man, the kids aren't all right. At least not in Martinez. Well, you know, I mean, Annette's, no, that's not fair. Annette is herself all right. But, like, she's in a terrible situation, too. All right. No, I'm not going to pick up the hand. I'm going to let him work.
Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle.
No struggle. Kind of seems like we should have been expecting a struggle.
I
though.
was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Hey, you want a drink here?
Working so close to the fumes coming from the corpse must be hard. You realize suddenly that the lieutenant has been barely keeping it together these past 2 items.
Oof.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Well, I hate to bring this up, because if you thought he smelled bad on the outside, Lieutenant, we got to go to the internal examination.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
He might have had telepathic powers that persist after death. At least, because I keep hearing his voice in my head.
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
Is there? If I may add the moral here of the story.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
The brain is very vulnerable to compromises in its blood supply. Just trying to lighten the mood,
I think
Lieutenant.
that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
The lieutenant grins. It worked. All right, N.A.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
I gotta figure his hyoid bone has been shattered.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Lieutenant, I think we could have just said hyoid bone broken.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
What? Where do you think this happens, kid? You know what? I don't want to get into this conversation.
Fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
I just don't think... I understand we were supposed to be thorough and professional, but come on. He was dropped 1.5 meters to hang, and the hyoid bone...
Respiratory system.
Back hunched, as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen, hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart, hyoid ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands.
I don't think that's all that happened to his hyoid bone again. He was hung from the neck until dead. Let's take a look in his mouth. See if
No
that...
scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his.
All right, not looking deeper. I do not think I'm scoring any points with the lieutenant if I puke into the body while we do the exam.
Hepatobiliary, NA.
Why? We don't have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
NA.
Same for toxicology and serology, NA.
Yeah. For both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there?
It's just the completionist in me is just wondering, like, is there nothing we can do here?
Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing
Yeah.
will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Hey, we'll be able to find out if you've been smoking the cannabis.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging.
Noted.
Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. It's the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground. The pool of feces there.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
He touches the corpse's bloated lower abdomen briefly. I'll write it down, omitting the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries, Lieutenant. Come on.
Let's see.
You should really know your
bite
procedure,
marks,
Lieutenant.
Contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
What about the ones we inflicted in this process? Especially the broader we that includes Cuno.
Oh, so we inflicted them?
Okay, you or I, inclusive disjunction, have inflicted.
Okay, so there's an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention it. Better not to muddy the waters.
Okay, so back to injuries.
Injuries.
Hold on a second. Do. I totally blanked on. I didn't look up when I had my chance to read your message, so I had to go look in the console. Cedric. Okay. Injuries. Well, I mean, number 1, bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted.
Oh, so we're not going to be thorough?
And your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal, post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury. A stone.
Hey, good shot,
The
Cuno.
injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
That's true.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Cuno, maximum velocity is achieved by, like, propulsion. By ballistics.
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Lieutenant.
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Cuno. He is silent with it.
Okay, good people skills. Writing it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Yeah, non-fatal, post-mortem.
Right. Next.
Ligature.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact.
Ooh. That's not a fun way to be hung. You really, really want that cervical column to separate so you die instantly.
I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Okay. Is this guy unconscious when he was hung?
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
I mean, this is what did it. Do you agree, Lieutenant?
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Another level up. First, how'd it go? What would you say?
Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy.
Arguably.
We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
I wouldn't either, because my cardio is terrible. What else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say?
Yeah.
Given the circumstances...
I'm sorry, I'm just
it was a
needy,
professional
Lieutenant.
Field autopsy.
So, all right, here we go. Here's your notebook. I didn't even glance at your notes about me, because I didn't want to embarrass you by reading the kind things that you've written. What now?
Now we put him in a body bag, and I drive him to Forborg for processing.
Great. So we both get to touch him.
The lieutenant looks at the dead man one more time, then at his notebook, then at the corpse again.
Are you thinking we should have got Measurehead to do this part for us?
He's thinking, did I miss something?
You know what? Let's just, maybe I'll roll double sixes. Let's take one more quick look, Lieutenant.
You run your hands
No.
over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough.
What does he have? Does he have any
The
in his pants that we
genitals
missed?
in his breeches
All right,
continue to be unnoteworthy.
Yeah, right.
You see the penis of a dead man. If you've seen it once, you've already got the picture.
Can't get enough of that dick.
I find it interesting that they have numerous variants on the F slur that they don't mind. But they're like, you can't use the pure F slur, that's wrong. And I respect the choice, whatever. But I also do think that if Cuno was just saying the F slur along with all the variants, I wouldn't come away thinking, the makers of this game wanted me to endorse Cuno's views. I don't know.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
I have a gut feeling, Lieutenant. I don't know. I just feel like there's something more to this corpse.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Okay, well, where do we find that fridge?
It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know, but only if all else fails.
Yes, I agree, Lieutenant, that asking Cuno to help should definitely be a last resort here.
Fuck are you looking at, Beano, man?
Hey,
You want a piece of the Cuno? Wanna get fucked?
You gotta cool it with the slurs, kid.
Only if all else fails.
Yeah. Alright. Well, let's hurry.
This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
Let's give it a shot then, Lieutenant. You never know. You never know. I think we are going to wind up waiting till tomorrow, perhaps, to talk to our young man up in that place. Hold on. Has all of this, by any chance, unlocked the white check with Cuno? Wait, no. I don't want to make him think that I'm violating the last resort thing right now. My gut tells me that Gart is not into the idea. Ooh, this place is bumping now. Oh, I missed the entire shot at the mess hall today. Oh well. So it goes. And these are all pure NPCs. I don't have my song to karaoke. Hey, Gart.
Can I help you?
I seem to be in need of a fridge, Gart.
Yes, yes. For the dead body. You want to put a dead corpse into my fridge, right?
Hey, that's part of the name of the game. Maybe that's what drew me to this place. Had nothing to do with the fact that it's closely located to the crime scene. I was just saw a disco ball and I was like, fuck it. I wonder. Rango Death. Feels like there's the game communicates a lot to you about what's going on under the hood, but then every now and then, like at least with like the secret quests, like sometimes it's just not telling us what's going on. That's the gist. Yeah.
Well, I have a fridge, and you're not putting it here.
I know you're going to say something mean, but why?
Because this is a culinary establishment, not a morgue.
But
I can't believe you even asked me.
No, yeah.
It was only before.
Yeah.
Lieutenant, you too?
It was his idea. It was his idea. I didn't even want to do it.
The answer is no. I will not turn this place into some kind of macabre circus.
Wow. Turned the lieutenant off like he was a busted old radio. He really is the lord of his realm.
Let's go talk to the freight clerk.
Yeah. All right. I'll be back, Gart. I got a big old check for you. If I respected myself a little more, maybe I wouldn't, but I got a lot of problems, but a surfeit of self-respect is not one of them. I can't tell visually if it's just because it's darker or is there actually a little bit more gathered snow. Either way. I'll save my bullying for tomorrow. I have 2 skill points. I do not want to put them both into half-light just to take 2 shots at this jerk. Wait, where's Fritz? Here it is. Hey, you're not...
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Well, first, actually, I need to exchange this novelty check for some cash.
Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir.
She rolls up the giant novelty check. Looks like she's seen it before. Slips it under the counter.
Anything else I can do for you?
Cha-ching. Should I compromise myself like that? Probably not. So, you got a fridge in this place?
Mm-hmm. Right behind you.
Yeah. So, if I needed to store a corpse there.
You're joking, right?
No. I'm not. If we could, we would really appreciate being able to store
Okay. It wouldn't even fit, you know.
What do you think,
Now
Kim?
that I'm looking at it, maybe a glass-doored fridge in a public grocery store isn't the best option for storing a corpse.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Also, the fridge is too small. This, I gotta say, Lieutenant, this particular task really has kind of flipped our roles.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, hey. Always great to talk to you, young lady. So.
Yes?
Are we? No. Okay. Another. Let's go talk to Cuno. Our last resort. If I eventually get a chance at the white check on understanding Cuno again, I'm going to be very disappointed if it turns out the answer is, he never had a strong male role model in the home or something. Yeah, exactly. Her complete disinterest in everything is great compared to all the other young people I meet around here. Hey,
You
Cuno.
missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He cut one limb off the tree. And no, I don't know. I guess if there's anyone you can use a slur about Cuno, I guess it's Measurehead, but I'd still prefer if we just called him a guy.
Fucked it good. It was porno.
Okay, yeah, no, we got to talk about this. Stop using the K word, kids. Come on. Leave that stuff to the past.
Can't tell Cuno what words to use. Fucking kit.
So what is this, a word museum? Want to belong in a museum, Cuno, with the old people?
Fuck you. Cuno says kipped if he wants to. Cuno's dad says kipped all the time. Kipped's a cool word.
So it's... You think your dad is cool?
Kippity kipped, kipped.
I can see how I brought this on. I can see how this is my fault.
It's like a little engine has come alive on the other side of the fence. An engine that only says kipped.
Kipped. Alright. Shut it down, see. The cunt has business to do.
Alright, Cuno. I need a fridge.
For the fucking... Good thing you asked the Cunmeister. Cuno knows a fridge. Perfect for freezing.
I thought you would. Where is it, buddy?
Bacon Man's in a rush. But what's in it for the Cuno? What's the return on Cuno's investment?
Ooh, this is not a good idea. I'm not going to try to talk him into it yet. Unless I get it. If I can try the check after saying something like this. Kind sir. I'll repay you one day. And the clock is ticking, so, like, we gotta...
Cuno's clock's not doing shit. Cuno's got a fuckload of time.
You're not even wearing a watch.
Don't believe him, Cuno. He just wants to use your fridge.
Oh, but I humbled myself. Got a bonus. This feels like it would be a minus for pretending he might have civic pride. Let's try. 58%.
By killing in his territory, someone has openly challenged Cuno. It's in his best interest to put them in their place.
All right, so let me get this straight. There's some arrogant shit, maybe from the Union, who thinks he can kill here in the Cuno's kingdom without asking the Cuno first. I don't know. Maybe this is the police officer in me talking. Sounds like lawlessness.
A dark flame smolders in Cuno's eyes as he ponders your argument, wordless, like kings do.
And this fucker, this outlaw, his fate is in your hands. It's up to you if he gets to scoff at the king's law. Let's make an example of him. Just help me locate him. As long as I keep this, keeping this corpse cold is going to help us.
All right, Cuno hears you. See that shit house over there?
It's very, very well written, Juffa. It's excellent so far. And by reputation, I feel comfortable assuming that they're not going to, it's not going to, fall apart. They ran out of time. The second and third acts of the game are just really kind of rushed and sloppy. Okay.
A cold comes over you as you glance behind him at the crumbling colossus there, casting a shadow on you.
Whew. Yeah, I see it. Big tall one there behind you.
You gotta get in that shit. In there, deep.
And how do I get in the building again?
Through the bookstore. You gotta beg the book bitch. Used to be you could get in there through the doorbell, jam that shit. Book bitch changed that. Cuno doesn't beg, so Cuno doesn't go there anymore.
So I have to beg the book bitch?
Yeah, book bitch, beggar. You stupid or something?
No. No, I got my problems, but I'm a bright enough guy.
He means the bookstore. We have to ask. Plaisance is the mother of
Yeah.
the little girl peddling books on the plaza.
I-
We have to ask Plaisance.
I
in the
understand,
store.
Lieutenant. Yes, I understand.
Impressive note-keeping, Lieutenant.
I knew that too. I didn't remember the book bitch's name.
See, the cloud gets it. Listen to your four-eyed friend.
I don't even want to know what that means. And what do you mean get in there deep?
Check the fucking basement, pig.
Okay, yeah,
Don't
all
you
right.
know anything? Always check the fucking basement, recon style.
Ah, yes, recon style. How could I forget?
There's a giant fridge down there. Fucking will fit, no problem. It looks like a white bird or some shit. Try not to piss yourself when you see it.
Thanks, Cuno.
You didn't hear it from Cuno, pig. But don't forget where you heard it from.
Right on. Classic Cuno.
Cuno owns you now, pig. You're Cuno's property.
Oh, come on. Shouldn't that give me a +1? Humbled myself to Cuno. All right. Well, I'm off.
Cuno doesn't fucking care.
Oh, you're... I know you like me, Cuno. I'm your pig. Well, let's go beg the book, bitch. Is her store going to be open at almost 10 o'clock at night? 2,200 hours? This is a time-sensitive issue. I hope poor Annette's not still out in the cold, at least. Okay, she's not. And I also don't see the open sign. I don't have a great feeling. Yeah. Shit. Well, Lieutenant, we're gonna have to come back to this tomorrow. Hopefully that's okay. What can I do to this gate?
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Why am I looking at
Cop
this?
habit. You look at everything.
Right, of course.
This isn't case-related, you think.
What kind of vehicle drove through here?
Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover.
Well, hold on. Let me see.
The tire tracks were left there by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber.
Cool.
Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there.
Okay.
And then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the
Yeah, this is cool.
manager.
Even if it's
Why
not.
that pang of guilt again?
Why that pang of guilt? Why? Who could have done this? What idiot drug piece of shit could have done this?
The hole in this fence doesn't look that huge.
Hole's not that impressive.
He was exaggerating. People blame cops for everything that goes wrong in the world. This has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, I'm sure this wasn't me.
The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south, must have been in a hurry.
You think this is connected to the case, Lieutenant? I mean, it sort of is. Probably.
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
You're
could
right.
Follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there.
Yeah.
See where they went.
Well,
if you find the time.
I think I got it. That was cool, even if fruitless. Okay. Well, let's go the long way around and see if we have time to see if we're able to catch up with our artist buddy. And then it might be time to go back, pay the piper, piper being Gart, and advance to day 2. I should be less hungover tomorrow. I had a little I think it's a mix of the tire tracks. There might be a bit of subconscious memory, but I think more of it is literally just that Gart mentioned it and seemed mad at me about it. I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay, from here, we want to go not to this balcony, I don't think, but to the other balcony door. I do believe there are 2 such doors. The other one's here. Is this correct? No. Okay, hold on a sec. Am I confused? No, here it is. Second balcony door. I always remember that what stood out about this young man's apartment was precisely that I was capable of interacting with his door.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security.
Oh wait, this is 28. Hold on a second. That's not the right one. Is it? Hold on. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Do. New thing. Oh, smoker on the balcony. Apartment 28. Yep. Okay, perfect.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone
Polish
here
off my knocker.
really values their security. No one answers.
We should return tomorrow.
Tomorrow
at 9 p.m.
Right. I remember there was in-game dialogue that said it would have to be tomorrow. It's just that the quest itself only said 2,100 hours, so I thought maybe this is a thing where they, stuff got a little mixed up somehow. Oh, what's going on here? You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. A maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. Good, I guess. Hey, kid.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Are you sleeping here?
Come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out?
Are you sleeping right
Don't
now?
get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
Honestly, kind of sometimes feel like I'm a stupid piece of shit. I guess I shouldn't show weakness in front of Cuno and Cuno essay, though. What's this here? Enormous bulls, worthy of a real man. But they're not actually bulls, and they're not going to do the job for us. I got. What's this? Oh, it's just another viewfinder. Never mind. Okay, well, hopefully the corpse doesn't get too degraded overnight. I mean, it's cold. It's below freezing. How much refrigeration do we really need, Lieutenant, besides frozen? I saw that advice. And it was actually something I had picked up on during this session, although I don't think I said it out loud. It said, need to pass time, read a book. Time will go by quickly. And that was absolutely true when I was reading that Union literature, the Communist magazine.
Can I help you?
So, about the money that I owe?
Yes. Have you got it?
How much did I owe?
A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 real.
Yeah. That's not something else.
Like what? I was rarely enjoying talking about the money you owe me.
Yeah. I wish you'd said something like a payment plan. Or that the Union was trying a little bit harder to buy me. I guess they don't need to try that hard because it's not about buying me. It's about me, amassing evidence I've let myself get played.
Another thing. Great. I
Oh.
love those.
No, never mind.
Yes?
I'll catch you later, buddy. So, what's the deal here? Am I up all night, or can I just go back to my room that I haven't paid for and try to sleep? Should I even be doing this? I don't know. Oh, of course. My room is locked. And that's fair. Well, Lieutenant, what do you say to spending the entire night... Oh, hey, here's someone we can talk to. What if we spend the entire night scrounging the city for bottles in the hopes that I can pay my my bills? You gotta spend money to make money. Okay, so he's not a conversation guy. This guy...
The worker is in a deep slumber. Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from, into the primordial darkness. On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
No, I don't think I will try that right now. In fact, do I have clothes that enhance my physical instrument? I sure do. For the moment. Let's try. It doesn't go nearly as well with my jacket, of course, so I'll switch back. I'm just curious what that does to the check.
Isn't it on the counter, rolled out of
It is
his
still not
open
good.
hand. You see.
And I really don't need any help looking like a rumpled piece of shit here. So. What's this? Bottle of rum has been knocked over. Beautiful dark liquid is spilling
That
out.
sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
No, not now. And I'm not going to lick this rum stain.
Excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime. Maybe who cares? Just rum.
No. Not in front of the lieutenant will I be licking rum, dried rum stain off a table. Okay, back to the journal for a minute. I have to get to the fishing village down the coast to investigate the gloves. I need to solve the jam mystery. Do I want to try it again? Another level up in Half-Life and roll the dice? Haven't found a rich person. Except, I guess Joyce seems like she's at least upper middle class. And ultimately, I feel like I settled on not. Keep looking for my gun. Okay, so really the most pressing matter is fridging the body, which we can't do till tomorrow. This feels like the kind of game where the character is going to require sleep at some point. Racist lorry driver's not here, so I can't even try to intimidate him. I assume Fritz is closed this time of night. I guess I'll just walk around and see what's happening. I guess this is a thing. Generally, I want to play the game, find out what's going on. But if there's just some mechanism of sleeping till day 2 that I'm just not aware of, that it would be wise of me to just use, let me know. I'm open to that advice. Otherwise, I'm going to see what is different about the night, and if, oh hey, get us a little bit closer here. We're getting there.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Let's look in the window.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
And the back seat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
And that means...
The book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover
Ha.
features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
People love the man from Heimdall.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
Think the lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Piece of shit. And I guess the racist lorry driver is a little more ideological than we thought. There, got the update check marks to go away. It feels like the lieutenant at some point around here should be like, you know, officer, we should get some sleep. But I guess not. I think I've already looked at this.
An old monument stands.
Yeah. Nothing to see here, nothing to learn. Is there anywhere I can go that I haven't gone? Here's this lady. She probably doesn't want to talk to me.
Hello, man. You caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
Well, I still don't really understand this old boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
Okay, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
Ah, yes. But what is a boyadero? But yeah, okay. Doesn't sound like it works out that way, though, huh?
Of course not. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
I think I see where this is going.
So the boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her
Oh.
body in the Maigret. Then he runs
That's...
off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That's actually not at all, like, the riding off part, but jeez.
You have to understand. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
I don't know if I agree with your literary analysis here.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Well, that's bleak. For a minute, I thought I might have a lead on a good karaoke song, but no. It does not seem to be what's happening here. Okay. Hope you're not too cold, Lieutenant. We're tired. Or frustrated that I've just got us wandering around the city in the middle of the night. I doubt Joyce is still standing out on her boat. I saw on one of the load screens it specified most people go home and retire at around 9, 2100 hours. But who knows? I wonder what that autosave was for. It's probably just a, you know, certain amount of time passes and it autosaves. Helpline to the Drawbridge Company. A sewer spewing hot air, which I find strangely comforting for some reason. Not me, the person. Me, the character. Hey, what's this? Another dumpster? With fingerless gloves. And what do I currently have on? The gardening gloves. But there might be times when having better electrochemistry is what's really important. What does that mean again? Electrochemistry. Oh, it's my love of drugs. Fingerless gloves, just... they're drugs befitting of someone who really loves drugs. Or gloves befitting of someone who loves drugs. Cool. Free stuff. For a second I thought I might be approaching an area I've never been to. And in a sense I have. It's just not an actual in-the-game area. Waterlock out of order. Until some period in the future. Here's the pawn shop, right? I don't know. Let's see. I thought I was like, oh, there's someone else here. No, it's just a bust. Hey, Roy. Not sure there's gonna any.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
Yeah. It's for the kind of drugs you inject into your fingertip. How come you're still open?
The pawn shop is always open.
Well, hold on a second, Roy. Let me put on my drug expert gloves for a moment and see how I feel about my ability to predict what drugs you are currently doing.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
This guy doesn't seem to sleep. Which I also don't, which is weird, because I'm an alcoholic. I should be exhausted by now.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
Pyrrolidon?
A drug
What is that, though?
developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Whew, is it just me or is it really warm in here, Roy?
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting.
Oh, hey, no shade, Roy. I was just asking.
Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
Hey, Roy, do you mind if I ask what's up with your triangles there on your vest?
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster.
He coughs, as if to mark his words.
Had to take Pyrrolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
That must have been tough. Radioactive cleanup, man.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
In your opinion, Roy, as an interested party, whose fault was this? That the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
He sighs, shakes his head.
So much bitterness.
You don't need to be an empathy master to pick up on that.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
You want to tell me more about the Emergency Relief Brigade?
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
You're a good man,
I lived
Roy.
by the river since I was a small boy.
Oh, well, there you go.
The Esperance.
A nuclear error, but Roy had no fear.
Shit without trying to do something to help
Martinez is
out.
drowning, but he lives by the river.
There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. years getting sick.
He looks at the spiraling light and stops. And then, how'd you end up here? Running a pawn shop?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it.
I'm curious about what's the family system that allows you to number your aunts?
So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forberg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
I don't want to force him to recount this part because it kind of makes... I also feel like I picked it up from here. Well, hey, thanks for sharing.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Of course.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I had to get going, Roy, but good talk. Wait, do I have anything I want to pawn? Because these things kind of only exist to be pawned, I feel. And yet, even with that being true, it's not like they're going to help me pay my bills. Just hang on to them for now. Let's get out of here. 5 experience points, the richer. Oh, just learned about the obvious ability to zoom in and out with the mouse wheel. You can tell that I lived too much with the dead, too much retro gaming. It just didn't even occur to me to test my ability to zoom in and out. You certainly are not doing any zooming in and out in Ultima 7 Part 2 Serpent Isle. Thought I saw one of our fellas sleeping down here. Our 2 old men who were playing Boule. Or whatever the game is called. Indigent people sleeping in the street, like when cops wake them up to chat. Oh, no. Okay. That's probably someone else. Never mind. My cop senses aren't picking up any money I could scrounge.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Let me look closer.
The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions.
Huh.
Just chips in the sandstone.
Hey, check it out, Kim. Bullet holes.
Where?
It's nothing. Forget about it. It's a stupid thought, Lieutenant. I'm sorry I'm so stupid. And so what? What am I doing? Don't know. Probably Evrart is asleep. But I guess maybe I'll go and see. Maybe he burns the midnight oil and I can go back and take his job. Just to keep things moving. Maybe I can go back to Evrart and be like, you got, 4 more of those novelty checks on you? A book I just saw out of the corner of my eye appears to be erotica. Hold on, come on. Can we kick the door in? Just kick the door in. No. Can I not just stand out here screaming, please, book bitch? I guess anyone who's still out, I should see. Why are you still out? How are you?
Hello again, officer.
Oh, good.
How
I
are
get it.
things?
Hey, it's so late, and you're still just sitting out here in the cold.
I'm a nighthawk. What can I say?
She flashes a smile.
Odd.
She's odd. Well, hey, I gotta run. Good talk. I hope you're okay. Fritz is open late, of course. That makes sense. Same one young girl doing just an endless shift. Can we talk to her about how crazy it is? Why are you...
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Really? You can't tell me anything about this reality that we all live in?
Reality? You mean what reality? Economic reality or...
I mean, do you think that we're in the Matrix?
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. Can she answer the classroom question?
Yeah. What's your read on the economic reality at these times?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15.
What about physical reality?
I don't know. What about it?
Where are we?
We're in Frit?
Like, in a larger scale.
As mankind, or as a nation, or...
What will her essay prompt be?
As a nation.
We're in a transition. You know, transitioning from monarchy to democracy, all that stuff.
You have the time?
I don't know. Look at the clock. It's right behind you on the wall.
I also have a very good internal clock. I actually know it's 2226 hours.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's apparent the clock doesn't work.
Hey, but a stopped clock is not that far off several times a day. What would you say is the revolution?
When
How would you describe
ordinary
it?
people take over the government and demands democracy.
Is that how it happened here in Revachol?
Yeah, it happened like 50 years ago or so. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. At history, I mean.
What about the coalition?
Our government?
Yeah.
Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this article.
Cuno is absolutely taking the blue pill.
Cool.
Hey, sweet. She's got some experience by being obnoxious to a store clerk. But like, not that obnoxious. Scabs aren't here. It's dark. I do not feel like we're going to be able to meet with Evrart again. But who knows? Cuno himself is a bit of a pill. I'm actually starting to get the hunch that maybe what my empathy will eventually tell me about Cuno is that his problem is that his dad is a piece of shit. What do we got here? These 3-packs worth of cigarette butts. Empty bottles. Oh, but are there any drips in there?
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
Ah, it's where Renee works. Let's take a look around.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Really, Lieutenant? At 10:30 at night when it's snowing?
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
Let's take a look at it.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera. René looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of René?
I'm gonna ask him about it. I want to get to know him better.
You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure. As long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
Great. And hopefully he won't mind that I just stole it from his booth. You think I could put it back and still just ask him about it? I was expecting to get a put it back option at the end there, but so it goes. Yeah, my guy is just... I'm a people person. I want to get to know the people around here. I want to rediscover my connection to humanity. I want to be a better man than I seem to have been. Maybe I'll meet some guy who looks a lot like me. And then near the end, I can get decapitated in his place. Far, far better thing I do than anything I've ever done. As far as I can recall. Ah, let's make the dots disappear. Oh, hey, money. Found some change. An entire real and a dime. Cha-ching. Alright, there's always money in the Union. Oh, hey, who's this guy? Hello, sir.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along.
Something about my detective's hunch tells me that this old drunk is just babbling.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Evrart. Evrart, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
Good question,
The look in
Leo.
his deep blue eyes
Or whoever you
is
are.
as sincere as you've
My
ever
gut
seen.
tells me you're a Leo.
Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister.
What?
Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
What is it with you people in
I
scabs?
mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
He doesn't seem to be actually waiting for an answer.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I couldn't help noticing your accent. Are you Ubi?
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then.
Oh, geez, long ago somebody said something about the amount of world building that the lead author for this game did. And I don't think I responded because I was absorbed in the excellent world that he built. But yeah, that's serious. You can tell. Like, not that it would be impossible to world build by throwing out little details that you don't actually have fleshed out in a notebook somewhere. But you get the feeling whenever they're talking. They talk so casually about this broader world and its history and its politics. You feel like it's a, there's depths to be sounded.
People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot.
I've never
I just
said
want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Yeah. So what do you do here with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
I'm not going to take this red check right now, but I'm almost more likely to lose than win. Let me ask you. Can I ask you about something else?
Sure, mister. About what?
Harbor seems kind of empty. Even with a strike, I'd expect people around.
Most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in.
He leans in with a confidential look.
We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
Well, you got to pick it. That's like work.
So no one is working?
Yeah, that's what he said, Lieutenant.
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Evrart is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
Pauses to think.
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Evrart sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
He stops, but he seems eager to tell us more. What kind of trouble did this Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business.
He smiles, and he leans closer.
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Evrart telling them to take some time off.
Oh, wow. Did they get in a fight with some drunk piece of shit cop?
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
But, what did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know.
Another chuckle.
I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
That was one of the descriptive text that is clearly contained in the soundtrack, in the voice track.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
No, Leo. Let's hear about this fight that you got into. Lieutenant, we gotta establish a rapport.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger
That was a
boys
merry
always
laugh.
used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business.
Really?
But Mr. Evrart and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started another fight with anyone after this. Mr. Evrart
Violence.
and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister.
It works.
You should go talk to Mr. Evrart. I'm sure you'll be good friends. He's friends with everyone around here.
Oh, but letting him... Okay, can I go back through the dialogue tree and try again to
Oh,
ask him?
Most of the guys are we're on a strike.
So no one?
Not, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble. Oh, I'm not him and his boys.
Don't go all bad cop on.
I guess the boy.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Too ratty? Leo, what kind of a fight they get into? They kill a mercenary?
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill
okay.
owner who, no.
So it's
he
not going to be
already
that
switched
easy.
to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
So, you work here, Leo?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine.
I mean, do you work here? Person hasn't
Leonard
introduced himself yet?
But everyone calls me Leo.
Leo, I can hear Abra crying out, I think. I should go investigate. Hang tight, gang. I'll be right back with you. All right, we are back in business. Abra wanted me to. Her drinking glass was almost full, but I believe it had been filled up this morning. So she wanted fresh, cold water from the tap in her glass. And I grabbed a towel and cleaned up my own water mess on the floor. Very nice.
I'm
Leo.
like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Evrart is away.
Ho ho. You're like the third hand of the
Actually,
Evrart
Miss
brothers.
Beaufort is the
Or
right-hand
the
man, but she's a lady.
Leclerc brothers.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
Excellent question, Lieutenant.
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Hold on, though. Who's this Miss Beaufort you mentioned?
Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Evrart put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly. But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids.
Oh.
Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
He sighs and falls silent, watching you meekly with his blue, blue eyes, like the ocean.
So Evrart trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
I think you're doing a great job around here, Leo.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really.
You didn't think it was possible, but his smile becomes even wider.
Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinaise, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
All right. I'm closely attuned to how people react to my coppiness. And are you the Leo who is... You make banners?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
Sorry, what was that about borscht?
Oh, yes.
Get some borscht?
I've been taking special
I can
whirling
go for a little
borscht
borscht.
to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Yeah.
Power borscht, huh?
Oh, good thing I
heard
kept these
borscht
drug...
turns little guys into dog fighters. Alcohol, however.
What do you mean by taking the soup to the men? Is it like strike soup?
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Who makes it at the
Oh,
Whirling?
the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Okay. Looks like... kind of seems like the borscht might be spiked, Leo. But I'm going to look into it for you.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
Well, maybe we'll find out. What about there's a suspended container there. Something important in there that you know about, Leo?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Right. Perhaps that's true. Perhaps not. All right, well, I'm off.
Bye-bye now.
He returns to his work. The banner sags under the weight of rain and snow. White waves on red. Evrart's still in here? Burning the midnight oil? Look, something forgotten on the coffee table. What? What coffee table? Where? Is the coffee table in here? I mean, this is the coffee table, right? Oh, there's that swordfish. But, yeah. Evrart, of course, is not here. Lieutenant, you could have also sat down. Taxidermy fish that tells time. It's a clock. It's a swordfish clock. Okay, nothing to do here. We'll have to come back in the daytime, but fortunately we can. Measurehead gets no say in this. But whatever this something forgotten on the coffee table note was, it seems to have no clear applicability to our current circumstances. So, I don't know. I don't think clicking on this again is going to do anything. What's this? Speaker tower is silent. Ah, so it's a speaker tower. Since no one's here to work, don't really need it for any reason. How late is the cafeteria open? Can I advance this task right now? How am I in for time? I got a little time. This is not the... I've been yearning for a day where I could just immerse myself in Disco Elysium for an inordinately long amount of time, like a warm bath. Today is not that day. I probably won't be time pressured out. Maybe I will. But one side effect of my recent gum graft is that I'm just having a real hard time getting away from being hungry because I never... it's so tedious to eat. Oh, what's this?
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Annette are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block.
I don't think we should do this.
Marsh. On. Annette. Off.
Yep. I knew that even in the absence of anything. Maybe later we can do something with that. I don't know. Oh, hey. That's true. It's true. All right, geez, devil on my shoulder, waffle syrup. Don't mind me, Kim.
Control pad. Marsh. On with a loud grind. The crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Okay. And then lowering it down. And then it's rocking there.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container.
And what's inside this container?
Who can say? All you know is, it's special.
That's why I was asking Leo about it.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Well, turn it off.
The crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all.
That's what I would expect the Arrête button to result in, so that's good. Let's go take a peek. Also, going back to that long ago comment about the writer, not in the least bit surprised that the author is Estonian.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
I have nothing to add to that. Lieutenant, I got a detective's hunch. There's something special here.
Is this like your thing with that wall again?
Maybe. I can't tell. But like, what else are we doing? It's the middle of the night. Want to investigate?
You do? Because I don't.
Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Because it was hanging from the crane.
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container.
No. It seemed special because it was kept suspended.
We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
I'm knocking on this.
No reply. You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked.
Alright.
To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzle.
Well, I might... Whatever. I could roll double sixes, and I don't otherwise feel worried about locking this white check, so...
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because getting physical wasn't an option.
Because what wasn't an option?
Never mind.
Are you satisfied, detective?
No. But there's nothing more to do here for now. You were so much more amenable, Lieutenant, to when I wanted to use the chain cutters to break into that apartment. Not that he was all that amenable. And while I, personally, the guy playing the game, thought that might actually pertain to the investigation, Harry Dubois didn't seem to. Like, it never came up. Maybe I should go back to that apartment and see if that young, whatever... I don't even remember why I cared about that apartment. Anything else worth looking at here? Hey, what's this on the ground? Or, oh, it's a postcard. Oh, no. No, I won't demean myself that much. I'm not going to steal people's mail to try to resell it. I'm an officer of the law. Not consciously aware of having double-clicked there, but perhaps I did. Or maybe Harry just, felt like hustling a little. Also, I got a bit zoomed in, so now we're a bit zoomed out. Keep hoping. Someone's dropped new change. Come on, no. She probably doesn't want to have any more conversation with me, but I might as well check.
Hello
What else
again,
are we doing?
sweetie.
No. You gotta get going. I am not lowering myself yet to begging everybody for money, even though, in theory, I guess if I succeeded at begging every single person for money, our dude's not here, it seems. What's up here? What's this? No. Have a little bit of dignity, detective.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
I wonder where this door leads.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
You're right. It's not important. Let's go.
The door stands silent, unmoved by your words. You still feel like you should look into it, if you get the chance.
I do really want to. Okay, but our chef is not here, which is kind of weird, because people are out. Seem to be eating. But I guess we can't talk to him today. There's probably nothing more to say to Gart. Unless I can be like, hey.
Can I help you?
No. Not gonna ask for a drink. What does this sign say? Summer door closed for the winter. Yep, that's reasonable. Is there anybody up here hanging out at night?
The door is closed.
Yeah. Anyone out on the balcony? Nope. Okay. Feels like this might be a good time to wind down the session just because, you know, what else to do?
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Am I a smoker?
Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously.
It's broken at the filter. I can't
How
smoke that.
very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack.
No.
Strike that. A carton.
No, this is an
Make
opportunity
sure they're all
to turn over a new
healthy,
leaf.
Able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
The idea seems to make your neck expand. Suddenly, the garish tie feels very snug.
Shut up, necktie. I don't need this
Like
shit
a
right
cat
now.
rubbing itself against its owner's calves. A cat that wants you to smoke a lot.
I'll think about it.
Good. Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best thing. Make sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco all the time, though. It doesn't count.
Lieutenant
if it's
Kim
not
just
all the
politely
time.
studying the calendar while I slobber over this cigarette
And
butt.
when you're done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
I will not. I will resist. I will maintain my dignity. Let's knock again. Why not?
The door is closed. Still no answer.
Okay. Nah. I think if Aber was going to be a spokescat for anything, it would probably be for dry food. And not for wet food. She'll eat her wet food. She's not passionate about it. Took her to the vet, and the vet was like, I wish the vet had brought this up during the vet appointment this week, so we could have talked about it and maybe found a good way to proceed. But she texted me the day after and said, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, discontinue all dry food. You know, Aber's getting old. Just go to all wet food. It's like, I don't know. I understand the logic of it, but I don't feel like Abra will be happy if that was the result. Okay. So here's a big question. Do I care about Cuno so much? Actually, first, if I look at this,
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
she'll like, she's in a particularly bad spot with the current like case we got because for whatever reason, hopefully it's not permanent, but this case switched from, it's the same brand, but instead of being chopped into various irregular chunks, it's like cubed in tiny little cubes. She finds it off-putting, even though in theory it's easier to eat. She mostly just wants to lick the gravy off of it, and that's it. Anything else catching my eye right now? I mean, here's our corpse, of course. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. And I don't think I'm going to wind up taking advantage of this save game. But, I mean, I am piling an awful lot of my level ups into empathy. So maybe I will regret this if I fail again. But let's try. Let's try. Come on. What's this kid's story?
Fuck does Cuno care?
Come on now. 83%.
It's not Cuno. It's Cuno-S.
Interesting. How?
Cuno-S is by far the worst of the two. Cuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad.
Huh.
Also, Cuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time.
Yeah.
When you talk
That's
to the other
obvious,
one,
yeah.
it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses and says murder was the case that they gave her.
Well, maybe she's just a classical music fan. She loves that Snoop Dogg. Oh, Snoop. You know, it's probably more of a crypto grifter thing than a ideological support for the incoming Trump regime thing, but I don't think any fan of Snoop Dogg's can be thrilled with his choice to perform for that inauguration party.
All in all, Cuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Well, Cuno. Psst.
Fuck you whispering about?
He whispers back. He's in.
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about!
If Cuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
And yet, nonetheless, might be worth dropping it like it's hot. Anyway, I can separate the art from the artist, so I do not take back my recent endorsement of the Dr. Dre Snoop Dogg album Missionary that just came out. It's good. It's real good. We've listened to it some more.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Cuno look bad in this.
Okay. So obviously, option 2 is not the right choice. Yeah, it's somehow like I only found out about it like maybe like a month after it had been released, or actually it might have been quicker than that. But like, it's really something about how the monoculture is so dead and has been dead for so long that just like I didn't hear anything about it when it was coming up. I didn't hear, like, I saw someone post about it on Blue Sky. That was how I found out that it existed. So, do I trash talk her or do I try to turn him against him like this? Okay. Glad she's out of her hair. She is fucked up, man.
She's not fucked up. Everyone's fucked up. Stop judging shit.
Wrong move. But he's whispering still. You haven't lost him. Just don't mess up again. Or you will. Okay. There are no guarantees here.
Cuno, listen to me. She's trying to control you. We gotta get you away from her.
It's okay. The pig's trying to pit us against each other. Not gonna let him do that.
That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand. I got you this far. I couldn't get you all the way.
Try to fuck my Cuno! Try to fuck my Cuno away! Me and Cuno are tight. We ride for life.
I should have said she was scary because it would sound like I was impressed with her. I could have learned something about her maybe. Hey, you know what? Thank goodness for my legendary empathy. Maybe this will work and we can just keep going.
You were too pushy last time. Think this through. Try to really understand the psychological bond Cuno has with Cuno-S.
Okay. So what's the deal with Cuno-S?
Just look. While Cuno has no problem being near you, also, Cuno has all in all. Cuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
All right, Cuno. Let's whisper
What
some
are
more.
you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's
Right.
going with it. But watch what...
Fuck you whispering about!
If Cuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've
Okay.
got him.
What
But
is
be
up
careful.
with her?
You can still fuck this up.
She's terrifying.
Don't make Cuno look
Fucking
bad.
crazy scary.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane, dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in, probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Cuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
You
She
gonna take that?
understands what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Yo, see? Did Cuno not tell ya? Cuno told ya. Cuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Cuno's got it under control.
He hunches down again.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
So, what do you mean she smoked someone?
Cuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
Really? Isn't she like a little small to be overpowering someone?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him.
Cuno. I mean, I have not been doing a lot of crunches lately, but like I have a slenderish build.
She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Okay. How many cops? How many cops do you think she's killed?
Forget Cuno said that. Cuno was just shitting. Cuno was just running his mouth. Cuno's stupid like that.
Feels eyes on the back of his head and he stops.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
You think she has anything to do with the dead guy?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Cuno wasn't around, and C was with Cuno.
Where were you?
Look, Cuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
No, I know. You already said that. I was not worried about that.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Yeah. So, you think she's literally insane? Or like, just because she does crazy things?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
I think it's pretty psycho to burn a cat. But, you know what? Let's, okay. Whoa.
Yeah.
So what's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
And what's up with that language she uses? Napakmp, the one that sounds like the F slur that I don't want to say.
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Can we cool it with the slurs?
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis and Runkaris might be some kind of defense mechanism.
Fortunately, I have enough empathy to tell that this kid is putting up a front as a defense mechanism. It's a good thing I specialized. Is she your sister? Or do you just have similar names and hair for some reason?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit.
A stray?
Yeah, she was just there.
Huh.
What was that, Cuno?
What? Nothing. We're just whispering.
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
That all the way there with the janitor closet?
Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style.
And why was she dripping wet?
Cuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too.
Gross.
She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Cuno went out.
And you said she got in, but how? How'd she get in?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Cuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
And your parents were cool with this?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Cuno. Shit's all on Cuno.
Oh, okay. Bad parenting did play a role in the development of this young man's unique personality.
Cuno, Cuno-S, two of a kind.
So then why is she called... did you name her? Why is she Cuno-S?
Because she fucking looks like Cuno.
Okay, yeah. Yep. Which, you understand that's why I asked you. Anyway. And you don't know her real name?
No one knows her name. Cuno told you this shit was Psycho Killer.
And how are you dealing with all this? Just hanging out? Pitching stones at a corpse?
How's Cuno dealing? Cuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Cuno's got this shit under control.
You need backup, kid. And I'm here for you. This is probably not the wise thing to say.
Listen. C is Cuno's go-to. Cuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Cuno.
Not threatening.
You threaten her. You threaten to take it away.
No. I'm your backup.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her. Sneak up on you later and fuck you up. You understand?
Yeah, I can respect that.
All right. Now we can do business.
Business?
Yeah? What do you want? Cuno can hook you up with...
He starts, no longer whispering. Uh-oh. Is it wise of me to unlock a drug hookup?
I told you came up with shit, Cuno.
Oh, come on.
See? Relax. He respects the Cuno. Cuno made him respect the Cuno. You respect the Cuno, you get all kinds of shit. Cuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Cuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Cuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker.
This is not the way to start the bust out, Cuno. By telling me about it.
And shit, you can even fuck back in Cuno's kingdom. Cuno saw you sniff around that fucking pile of Eternite. It's a secret door, okay? Just pull it off and fuck back in there.
Okay. Well, I'm off.
Cuno doesn't fucking care.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Get out of here with your not caring. So, a couple of threads we can chase down. I'm going to wrap up soon, but first.
The pile of Eternite looks stranger now that Cuno told you about his pad.
Well, as long as I don't roll snake eyes, why am I looking at this pile?
Because, unless Cuno lied, you should just be able to pull the panels aside.
Well,
there it is. You see a shabby little door.
Cool. Leveled up. Not putting that one in empathy.
So this is the shack Cuno mentioned. Let's take a look inside there.
Yeah, let's look. Why not? If you're down for it, Lieutenant. Start with the basic things. Empty tube of magnesolam magnesium supplement. Oh, it's empty. Silver plate with traces of bone yellow powder.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine.
I gotta take these drug gloves off.
The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Someone's taking narcotics here. Perhaps the police should interfere?
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However...
He points to the ladder in the corner.
See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? The secret path the local kids use.
Oh, man. We could have avoided demeaning ourselves with racism if I hadn't failed like a high success likelihood empathy check. Oh, well. Mental note for if I ever play this again and try to do a no racism run. Poster says, get out of the way, I get fucked up. A cured pig's head. It looks mummified. What's this here? 40 cents. Yep. Well, good for me anyway. Even if it hardly seems to matter now. Oh, whoops. I have clicked on the wrong thing. Taking a long ass way around here. First, hold on. Lieutenant. Or officer. Stop. No. Okay. What's in this box? Sweet, sweet, sweet Nosafed. Oh, even better. People leaving their money on the roof. This looks like bills. Nope. Unless there's like a 50 whatever cents are in this world note. Should go look at this dangling coat though. How do we get from here to... How do we even get off of this thing? How does this alternate path accomplish anything? It's not obvious to me. Oh. No. Okay, well. Can we look at this from down here? No. But can they actually get to it? Can they path find to it for me, since I cannot find the path?
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here.
It's a policeman cloak. Oh no.
Man down. A trooper has been left behind the enemy lines. You could swear it's more of an instinct than anything else, but you know it's a cop's cloak.
A cop's cloak? Lieutenant, it's a cop's cloak.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment.
He judges the drop.
You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
Look around.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. The look in his eyes is a mix of the engineer-like interest and the wonder of a 6-year-old seeing a horse for the first time.
Just let him enjoy his moment.
His eyes trace the crane's contour, as if trying to memorize its majestic shape. Then he notices your gaze.
Yes. We were in the middle of something. Your cloak.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. What exactly are we doing up here?
What are we doing? We're awfully close to breaking into the industrial harbor.
Well,
or
but
it
we
could
okay.
be that we are just exploring.
Man, could
He's
be.
thinking you've forgotten where you are again.
No, okay. You really think this cloak... Should I go for this jump?
Cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it, well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
This is a good idea, though, given that I can just go in.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
Well, not right now, I guess. Is that just if your character doesn't... Do I need like a higher physical skill or physical stat for my guy to even be willing to entertain the idea? Wait, here's a place I can go to. Some money. Money on the ground is free money. Garbage mail. There's no shame in stealing someone's garbage mail to sell. Restoration pillars. Holding it together. It's got waffle syrup. I bet it's some combination of I already have legal access, so the game is just not showing it, or that you need to have, like, say, at least 3 in physique or in motorics. Oh well. Well, this is cool, I guess. I suppose. That too. Could be any number of things. Wonder what the talking to Cuno experience will be like now. Let's see. Hey, Cuno.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Alright, I'm walking away. I don't care. Cuno likes this brain shit, the thinking shit. So do I want to go... The two things are the most walking away from each other. But maybe there's something to be found in the apartment building. Close to the janitor's closet. And maybe I can go get my cloak the other way. Maybe it'll even have my badge. Alright. Well, hey, thanks for stopping by, Waffle Syrup. Have a good Sunday evening. Catch you later. How am I for time now? Yeah, I'm in the wrap-up now, but... It's not a super secure building. Old lady's still up. What's this on the wall? Firing squad for the rich. Sounds like communism is afoot. What's in this box? 25 real? Yeah, that's nobody's. Is this the one that I... No, this is not the one I hacked into. That's this one? Yeah. Oh, the reason I thought... it's like an artist who lives there, and I thought maybe he knew something about the... what's this? No. That feels like somebody's mail in a specific spot. Nah, person's not in here. So what does clicking these things accomplish? Revolutionaries love to pose with their guns. I'm not going to rob this random person. I have a very strict it needs to be in no man's land for me to steal it. Or I guess I stole some stuff from the Union, but screw them. Is there anything around here I could even investigate? This is the janitor's closet, right? I'm not sure. It's too dark in there anyway. Okay, doesn't look like there's actually anything to be done in the apartment building. Or I guess I could be wrong. But who knows? Okay, hold on. Just go back up this way for a moment. Oh, 4 real, but I should not just be stealing. That could be anybody's. Maybe. Maybe I'll just come back steal it later. Can't go through here, obviously. Well, while I'm here, why not pop up for a moment? See if can't think of her name off the top of my head.
Hello again,
Cindy the
officers.
Skull.
Have you come to admire my mural?
I guess so. We'll catch you later, Cindy. Okay. Go to the jacket, and that'll be the last thing of my day. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm being called. I'm being called. Hold on a second. Hang tight, gang. I'll be right back with you. All right. Yeah, Danielle's grandmother's visiting, so she's leaving now. So besides saying goodbye, I had to grab a couple things to send her off with. All right. Okay. Last act of the day. Go get my jacket, maybe find my badge. I'm still a little frustrated that my character didn't learn his name simply because I didn't do the stupid, why are you calling me Harry Dubois? When the answer is obviously that's your name, officer. Feels at the very least that Kim should have picked up that detail. But oh well. Maybe, like I said, I'll find my badge. I wonder if it'll clip over into day 2 before I wrap up here. Or will that be the big event at the start next time? Gotta figure out, like, is sleep part of this game? Do I need to sleep? Do I need to just go read the Communist magazine for the rest of the night and then get back to work in the morning? If that's the case, we probably should run an errand for Cuno and see if he'll hook us up with amphetamines. Sure do hope on day 2 I succeed at intimidating the racist lorry driver. I can take another swig of alcohol, I guess. And then level up my half-light if I wish. Maybe. How did I miss the freaking coat hanging there the first time? I guess I was just in such a hurry.
The tarpaulin cloak is still hanging on the railing. The white rectangle of the Revachol Citizens Militia is clearly visible on its back.
Grab it.
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips.
This cloak is saying something to me, something comforting.
I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours. That's what the cloak is relaying.
Sweet. Is it an inspection item? No. And it's also not clothing, apparently. No, wait, yes it is. Increases my esprit de corps and my shivers. So it's better than my disco-ass blazer, except that it's not as, cool. Meanwhile, I guess there's nothing in the pockets, which is a shame. What is esprit de corps particularly is... Oh, right. The connection to the station. And shivers was something about just the physical form of your gut telling you that something's up. Well, at this point, it's not day 2 yet, but I think this is a good spot for me to stop. Wait. Over on the other screen.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe.
There.
The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
My face covers the portraits, so I would have missed if I hadn't glanced over here that a little dialogue balloon suggesting to be Lieutenant Kim wants to speak was flickering. Just make that appear over him, over his model. Anyway, I haven't paid the damages though.
You should take care of that then.
But I don't have the money. Like I'm getting there. I got 40 real.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
He's a good guy. Lieutenant is a good guy. And I'm not going to let him down. We're going to succeed at this investigation. I'm not going to drink to excess. I am not going to get all whacked out on amphetamines. I am not going to be seduced by the siren call of race science. I am going to solve the mystery. When this case wraps up, I will shake the lieutenant's hand and look him in the eye. But obviously that thing I said about wrapping up just got extended. Because this is a very clear last thing to do here. Hey, Gart.
Can I help you?
Well, about the money.
Yes. Have you got it?
Well, not all of it. I was wondering if maybe like we could come to some sort of arrangement.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
My empathy tells me that Kim's about to speak. He's more persuasive than me. He's more reliable, he's more authoritative, he's just a better person than me, as far as I know.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However,
he adjusts his glasses.
I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Shit, that's a really good point, actually, that the lieutenant just made.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and...
He stops mid-sentence.
He shrinks back a bit under the lieutenant's severe gaze.
Hey, hold on. Smell my breath, Gart. I barely drank at all today.
I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
Hold on. I mean, like, I still have my key, you know.
Good luck trying to use it.
Okay, yeah.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
Cool system. Well, this conversation isn't going anywhere, huh?
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Goodbye for now, Gart. Lieutenant, have I told you lately that I'm sorry? I've really enjoyed working with you today. And I couldn't be more sorry, both for much of my conduct today and in the days leading up to our working together. Sorry about that. I just want to be clear, Lieutenant, that I really do feel like a big piece of shit over all of this. For whatever that's worth. I know that's not enough on its own. You have to actually be better. I remember that episode of BoJack very well.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Oh, Lieutenant, oh no.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage.
Okay. Look in the suspect transport enclosure.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
Oh, Lieutenant.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are they?
They are spinner hubcaps. Frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
Sounds cool as hell, though.
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
And you confiscated them?
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
I get it. Probably would have confiscated them too. They're mesmerizing, honestly.
That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
And you wanted to put them on your own machine, Lieutenant?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
All right.
The spinners shine so bright they reflect on the lieutenant's glasses. He doesn't say anything either.
Thanks, Lieutenant. I really appreciate this. If I can, I'm going to get them back.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Oh. I know, Abra. It's her SUPPER time. But I just want to get Officer Dubois into a warm bed. Sewer grate. Gateway to a river of filth. What the hell is going on here? Oh, gotta go down some stairs. Oh man, both I and the character, Harry Dubois, feel really just wretched about this.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
There's something I think like is not the right word, but I'm here to sell something.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Hold on, unless you think this garish necktie is worth 90 real.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Like mild police abuse, but we're not going to get into that. Lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you.
Takes the cash and he turns to me.
Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
I was hoping he'd let me keep it all, just so I had a head start on buying the hubcaps back.
The windfall is a small consolation.
Okay, at least, I mean, hey, 70 real.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Not at the moment.
Another time, perhaps.
Probably. Not sure if it's even possible to get those back, but if it is, I sure hope I accomplish it. And if I don't, I'll feel bad. Which is effective role-playing, so. I can't lose, really. Really, the lieutenant should have just given me 90 real. Then again, if it wasn't for his, morally upright gaze upon me, maybe I wouldn't have been so prideful about begging everybody for money, and maybe I could have scrounged it together. So maybe it's the lieutenant's fault when you really think about it. No, I will not go down the road of self-justification. This is my fault, and I really owe the lieutenant big for this. He's a good man.
Can I help you?
So about the money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I do, Gert.
Well?
Here it is. I'm sorry for the trouble. Sincerely.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for
Cha-ching.
services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
That seems reasonable, I guess.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
In a sense, that's for my sake.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow.
Hey?
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I got 2 nights worth already. And I haven't even started tomorrow's scrounging.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
No, this has been a great chat, Garrett. Magnificent line and line reading there. Oh, let's look at my items. My item. Oh yeah, got new junk I picked up that I'll maybe pawn at some point. Okay, I gotta keep doing this until I find a free place to stay somehow. Can I not sleep in Cuno's little hovel place? Probably not. Well, Lieutenant, it's bedtime.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Maybe I'll tidy a little before I go to bed. Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
You're right. Yeah. All right, let's go. We're wrapping up here. But this is all, like, obviously it'd be stupid to leave this for the start of next time.
Outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
He lights a cigarette. I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Only what, like, okay, obviously, in a black and white film, for example, everybody looks cool and they're smoking. In the real world, I've only seen a guy look cool smoking once. There's a guy I had to work on a project in an undergraduate professional writing class with, and I had to meet him at, we were meeting to talk about our project at one of the old buildings, fancy old university buildings. And when I went there to meet him at the front of it, he was just on the steps, on the old thick stone railway up the side of the steps with like his knee, his foot up and his hand on his knee, just smoking a cigarette. He's a really good looking dude. That was the only time in modern world that I've ever looked at someone and been like, God damn. All right, the debrief.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think it went, though? You feel good so far?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it.
We did.
Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can, but we have some leads we can follow up on.
We do, and maybe, since it's freezing, hopefully the corpse doesn't molder too much before we can get it into that, before we beg the book bitch tomorrow.
In addition, we got that body down from the tree, and we performed the field autopsy on the victim.
Yeah.
We found some things we can really work with.
Lieutenant, are you aware that my retrograde amnesia is actually just for the stuff from before today?
I still feel like we are missing something, and there's still work to do at the crime scene too.
He's right. You could smell it. That something is missing. Even under the overpowering odor.
We've overlooked something. You're absolutely right about that, Lieutenant.
Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
It's my forte. Unlike most cops. I understand how important communication is in our line of work.
Indeed. Well, we conducted an interview with Evrart Claire.
We did.
He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
But I'm sure I can get him to tell us
We tried to interview the White Pines rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it.
We're gonna do it, and we'll succeed.
I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
He purses his lips. So why were you so judgy when I said I'd do a favor for her?
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
No, I just don't like to waste time, I just double-clicked too many times by mistake. Never once did I mean to run, except the one time I checked to see if I could. I don't like to waste time, my mind is just... moving fast. The rest of me tries to keep up.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
He nods thoughtfully, tapping on his cigarette. Listen, you'd be surprised how much and how quickly you can train yourself to move around pretty comfortably in heels.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. Well, what are our powers exactly?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Isn't that an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
And why are we capped at 1,000?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Right. And what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
But how are we sure the arrestee will actually show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you
still
come.
says day one.
But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
They're doing days in the more, natural, colloquial, how we think of the day. It's tomorrow when I wake up in the morning, not when it becomes midnight. If someone resists...
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
What happens to the people we convict? I'm not going to show some weird fascination
we arrest
with killing.
And send them to coalition government courts in Cuno and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
And these rules come from?
The coalition government.
Right.
And the moral intern, more broadly.
The moral intern?
The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Not weighing in.
Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum.
Yeah. You said the moral intern?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
I mean, I really don't, though. That's how bad it is in here.
Okay. There are unions of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
A centrist coalition? What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Sure. What's their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Something kind and usual. Something ominous.
And who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure?
Yeah.
The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
You're a concrete man, Lieutenant. But what do you think of the excuse me a moment. The moral intern. What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And
he looks at the city below.
That's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the moral intern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky.
He quotes.
They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now.
He thinks, then changes his mind.
I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
The lieutenant arches his brow, pulls on his cigarette. It's a slim white thing in his fingers. So what do I think? Things are bad out there. We need giving us the right? Okay. Done an awful job here. Have you seen the place? This isn't humanism. We're stooges of the biggest bourgeois organization protecting bourgeois rights. Immigrants look... No. I mean... Kind of seems like they've done a shitty job, don't you think, Lieutenant? Like, this is humanism?
We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Yeah, being vigilantes doesn't sound great.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Now I just want to stand here and just enjoy the moral fortitude of this man. Say nothing. Look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Cuno.
Yeah.
It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they all like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and the GRH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are...
He shakes his head.
But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Do they, though?
Night. Captain Bartholomew Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat.
Looks like the end.
The horse
in the end,
home.
I did get a pretty long session in here, huh? Good.
Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41, with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
Well, I hope our investigation will help improve the situation around here. Whatever comes of it. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Yeah. But hey, maybe every little bit counts. Every drop in the bucket. Thanks for this, Lieutenant Kim. Thanks for everything. Have I mentioned I'm real sorry about a lot of the situation here?
Yeah, it's getting very cold now.
Another level up. He puts out the stub of his cigarette, looks to the door. How many skill points do I have now? I have to make some actual decisions next time. I've got 3. Obviously 1 for Half-Light to try to intimidate the racist lorry driver again. And we'll figure it out from there next time. Probably free up a thought slot. I don't know. Maybe sleeping clears my thoughts. I have not investigated in any way what the internal systems of the game are. I'll see you in the morning, Lieutenant. Good night. What's this? Oh, it's an empty cassette case. Maybe I could pawn this for a very small amount of money.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. What do you mean, assess the damage? How would you do that? What are you even trying to do?
I don't know. Too tired for this shit. Failed an easy check. I mean, whatever. I know the damage. It's not like I need to succeed at that check to know that I'm the fuck up who smashed
A
the
mirror
window.
hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Oh, hold on. Oh, keys is a specific thing. Okay. So I can put the chain cutters in, and that should make this check to fix the mirror somewhat better. Or the pipe.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face.
I'm still not going to be great.
With the expression.
Screw it. You only live once.
The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
Or maybe, I don't know. I could have forgotten all of my plumbing skills. All right. I think the time has come.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Good to know. All right. Bedtime.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags.
20 real a night and they don't change the sheets for me.
Finally close your eyes.
To be fair, I can understand why nobody wants to come into this room while I'm staying in it.
And then sleep does. And then sleep doesn't come.
But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Is it the pillow?
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Pillow sucks. Is it the blanket too?
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
All right, let me try rolling over.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
The detective thing, it's sticking with me. I'm not going to wake up tomorrow and forget about it. Who killed him?
Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
No more thoughts. No more thoughts. Fall asleep.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Maybe I should have had a few drinks. Try to get the dreamless sleep. I'm in the dream. Delaying my wrap up by a little bit more, but that's okay. Obviously, I'm drawn to the scene of the crime in my dream. Oh, symbolism.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
No. Who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you.
What was I supposed to do?
Where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
Well, Lieutenant Kim is sort of my friend. we're at least we're friendly acquaintances. I can get it back. I can change. I can.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me.
Yeah, but maybe the 4th time's the charm.
Elysium.
Wait, what is Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface.
What?
The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people.
No, hold on, no.
And you failed every single one of them.
You
really fucked up.
No, I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you.
Shut up.
This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet. Grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type?
Oh yes, party boy.
Another?
And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
And maybe when I go to work, the things I do will make some small difference to the world. Or maybe none of this shit fucking matters. Ugh.
Good going, buddy.
So that's just gonna be how it is now when I close my eyes? Is it that or the drink?
Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What chick?
You don't know? You don't know? Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does.
What the hell is going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why is this happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster.
No.
Time to get some more.
No.
Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
No. I can take this. This is my penance. I'm not going looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then.
No.
You will.
See, you fucked up, because that makes no sense. That's a lie. I can do this with that speed. Half the town will not be dead.
Suit yourself. Slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
No, the spark comes from within. The spark is within. Maybe I'll have a drink. Okay. Wow. What a great game. What a cool game. But here it is. It's day 2. Bright and early in the morning. We're going to go catch up with Kim. We're going to continue the investigation. Got to talk to Joyce. We got to try to intimidate the racist lorry driver. We got to humble ourselves and take a job from Evrart. We got to freeze the corpse. I guess so. Step 1 is to go to the book bitch. I got to stop calling her that. That's not appropriate. Cuno put it in my head. All right. All right. Really feels like we're picking up some steam here. But gotta stop for now. Gotta get some food. Gotta give Abra her supper. We're a little bit late on that, but that's okay. She was fast asleep last time I saw her on the last intermission. Okay, cool. So, check it out. Wednesday, Gregory will be here, and we will be beating him up. Great news about me. On Monday, tomorrow, I get the sutures out, and hopefully, I feel like the recovery has gone well. Hopefully, my periodontal surgeon agrees, and I'm given a clean bill of health, and I can just eat like a normal person at a regular pace, get more nourished. Fingers crossed. And yeah, so Wednesday, Greg will be here, and at long last, Greg and James Beat 'em Up will resume for 2025 as we continue trying to play all of the beat 'em ups. Friday Night Frosthaven was supposed to go back and finally be back on Friday nights, but then Greg, without offering any details today, said, I can't do Friday. I'm glad. Thank you, Cedric. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad that you had a good time. I certainly had a good time. I've had a great time every time we've played this game, but this one really, really hit the spot for me. Really feels like we're rolling now. We got a story with just, its own threads that might be completely different from other people's threads. That's another really cool thing that I can tell about this game. There are a lot of games I will never replay, even though I love them. I can already see myself replaying this game someday. Yeah, so Greg can't do Friday Night Frosthaven this Friday. We probably can't even reschedule, so we probably have to take a week off. But I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens there, and hopefully the week after, we can just go back to normal, playing the show that literally has Friday night in the title on Friday nights. We'll see. Then, next Saturday, big moment here. If all goes according to plan, knock on wood, because there are moving parts involved. You never know. This is a tough thing to say for sure will definitely happen, that nothing will come up. But hopefully, we'll be playing Adventures of Lolo 2 for the Famicom, but it won't be me playing it. It will be Jamie Rose. Who's that? That's me, but dressed like a girl. I did a drag show for my students. That sounds weirder than it is. The Student Society, the LGBTQ plus etc. Student Society had asked me to perform at their drag show, and I did. Not expecting to be like, holy shit, this is my art form. I want to do this a lot. But that was how I felt. That was a couple months ago. My feelings have not changed, so it looks like we're doing this. Going to be a 40-year-old straight cisgender drag queen. It's kind of weird, but it's good weird, not bad weird. So cool. So I'm going to, and also separately, I had been thinking I had separately been thinking of trying, like, I obviously enjoy like riffing the dialogue when I'm talking to characters in the game. I like role playing generally. Like when I play tabletop games, I'm way more invested in like crafting a character than doing good at the game, even though I'm good at games, like crunching numbers and stuff. And so this is gonna be real in character. Me as a pretty girl with, well, you'll find out what the idea is with Jamie, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong that I can sustain this kind of thing for a couple hours being in character. Maybe I'm right, and it'll be really, really cool. We're gonna find out with, of all things, Adventures of Lolo 2 for the Famicom. And then I'll probably spin her off to do. I think if this works, and I'm like, yeah, I can do this. I think Jamie's first big project is she's going to play the Leisure Suit Larry games for me, so that I don't personally have to cringe through them. But we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, kind of weird, but it's good weird, and I think we're going to have fun doing it. So looking forward to that, and I hope you are too. And then next Sunday, before you know it, we'll be back in Revachol playing Disco Elysium, and I can't friggin' wait. I love this game, and I'm really looking forward to finding what happens next. So hey, if you stuck around to the end, thanks for sticking around to the end. If you came and you left, well, you can't hear my voice, but I'm glad you stopped by anyway. So thanks for stopping by, and until the next time, when we're doing our best together to not go back to the demon speed, Take care of yourselves. And be kind to everyone you meet.